Welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we are discussing about media relation. PR is a performance recognition and how media relation plays a vital role in media relation activity. Stick around to this episode till the end to know more about it.
Friends, have you ever wondered that making a lasting impression online is similar to landing on the moon? If yes, we have a solution for you. Akulmek Genius program will help you prepare for your upwards trajectory towards success in the digital world. Our program consists of 12 unique tailor-made sessions of 1 hour each, spread over 6 weeks. Akulmek Genius program provide you practical knowledge about how to optimally use online video platform with lights, action, camera, as well as crash course in using virtual screens. The program also includes a session on the grooming and online etiquettes, which are important for running your online sessions and webinars. At the end of the program, our participants would be allowed to make their own videos, which will be published on a very popular business channel called Akulmek Live. This will provide global recognition to all our participants. If you like what you hear, then using the link in the description below, join the program straight away or visit www.akulmek.com and click on Genius program to know more.
Welcome back, friends. And today we have a guest, Ritu Gupta, who is a PR professional, and we will be discussing with her about media relations and why media relations are so important. So, welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Absolutely fine. Thank you, Kanchan, and feeling very fine and happy to be again back to your show.
It is always lovely to talk to you, and then you also give a lot of information about especially the PR industry and how to be a good PR professional, since you have a very a vast span of experience in public relations. So today I would like to ask you, what is this media relation?
Media relations is the most important aspect, one of the important aspect, and the most important aspect of public relations. So, public relations cannot exist without having media relations. So, a public relation executive, a public relation practitioner, or a PRO working anywhere in any organization for an individual for anything has to have good relationship in the media, whether it's print media, it is satellite media, it is any form of media. You have to have good relations because it is the media which gives publicity to your thinking, to the project you have undertaken, the PR person has undertaken. So it is a very important thing to have relations with media because it is the media which gives you the publicity. It is the media which gives you the kind of publicity you're looking out for. So you should know various people in media, be in touch with them, talk to them, send them your press releases, invite them for your press conferences, invite them for the press visits. So this is how you maintain media relations.
Well, for a layman, I guess media relation is contacting mediums of communication like radio, newspaper, television, even today like social media. Now, what are those tactics where we can apply for any launch or for any company who want to create awareness about their product or services? So, what are those tactics one can follow?
Okay, so any person who's looking out for any kind of publicity, the company should have one PR person who has specialized in media relations. That PR person has to have media record, media list, where they have the name of the people working in TV channel, where they have the names, the list of the people working in newspapers, magazines. People especially looking out for the social portals, the media portals. You should have the list of these people. Keep talking to them, sending them emails, inviting them to your organization. And when you are organizing any kind of publicity through press conferences, you invite those people. So maintaining media relation, first of all, you should know that who is working in which media house, what is the job of that person, who is there in the input department, who is there in the output department also, the right people. If your product is about, let's say if it's a political thing, then you should know who's covering the political beat, the political journalist. If it's about health, then you should know who's the person who looks after the health journalism, talks about the health. Then same goes for other verticals also. So those are the right people who to whom you give your press releases, invite them for into your organization. They are the people who are going to write and give your news to various media. So this is media relations.
Well, now the question arises: what is difference between giving an advertisement and creating a media toolkit? Oh, sorry,
Okay, so giving
media relation.
Okay, so advertising is a hardcore sales form. Everything is paid for. It's a paid form of publicity where you want people to see your product, buy your product. You design a creative on various medias because you want to sell out your product. But in public relations, we do not sell the product, whereas we make an image about the product. We make an image. For example, I just want to give you one example. When Prime Minister Narendra Modi became Prime Minister in 2014, in 2010 only his public relation work was being created where people were talking about Leher, Achhe Din, uh, all those kind of things. So what were they doing? They were creating a platform, they were creating an image about a person, whereas in 2014, the final thing was done. So in the same manner, when we talk about any new product being launched, for example, now you can take your self test of COVID sitting at home. There is one particular product you have to buy that costs around 200 rupees from the chemist, and you can take your COVID test at home. So for that, the image was already being created during the second wave of COVID, that we don't get time to go out to the doctors. What do we do? Do we have something where we can test ourselves, do the self COVID test sitting at home? Now the product is launched, and I do see Mr. Akshay Kumar being the brand ambassador and selling out the product. Now that is advertising. But before that, before advertising, the PR work goes on. And PR and advertising, as we say in our industry, they are like husband and wife, always going out together.
Well, definitely, because PR plays a very important role when we have to pitch in and or we have to create a mind share, and eventually that turns into footfalls in any of the product or services arena. Now, there's a age of social media. So, what has changed
Yes.
in this industry? When how
A
yeah,
lot has,
how
yeah.
social media is being taken care and is acting as a tool for public relations.
Yes, a lot has changed in public relation industry because public relation industry was based on personal meetings. Meeting, going out, meeting your clients, meeting the prospective clients, you giving your, letting people know that you are present in the market by personally being present on various events. But now we can't do that. It's not really possible. Most of the people are refraining. So those things are being done digitally, online. We are having online press conferences also. We are having online events also where different people are being invited. So, as you said, the social media, this is the new vertical for public relation industry. And it's one of the very strong vertical to work upon, a very strong tool of public relation, because speaking, reading, writing were tools, but now the social media is one of the tools, and it is a very strong add-on tool to satellite channels, newspapers, radio. I mean, the print media and the broadcast media, this is the very strong add-on tool. So the PR people, they have to learn to use various kind of, computers, various kind of apps. They should know that how to promote their products, services, and idea through these social media. If you really want to be successful, you have to learn all these things in today's time.
So, any media relations you have done lately where you want to show that this is how we have worked with the product or any
Okay.
services.
Okay, so the I will discuss about it because this was an event just before the COVID started into 2020 in February. So what we did, we have a client and he wrote a book about himself, an autobiography and industry. So he wanted the book launch. So the book was the product and he wanted the book launch. So what I did, we did a function for him in the Shangri-La Hotel, Delhi, and where we also organized an award function to go along with the book for the upcoming new entrepreneurs. So there we had to invite the media people because you do any kind of event, any kind of function, it is not successful if you do not have media writing about it, media talking about it. So the different media people were invited and the award function took place, and after that there was a question and answer round about his book and also the work that person does. He can industries, so he has various industries, clothing industry, he's into clothing industry. So what is the work he was doing? So in a way his book got publicity and also he himself, his business got the publicity. So you have to invite the media people. For that you have to do a lot of work, that you have to prepare the press kit and what you're going to brief the media about. A briefing session has to be done before the event so that the media knows what exactly is going to happen. They also get time to prepare the questions. They also get to see the event, and the food is a very important part. When any event function takes place, the food is an important part, and you have to be really nice host to the media people so that when they go back, they write good about you. And when the event gets over, the media people, they go back immediately. You have to send them the pictures of the event also, so that when they publish their news, the news is published with the pictures of the event.
Well, Ritu, as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you today and know about media, how it works, and what are the benefits of keeping a good media relations. And as we discussed last episode, that this is a woman's place where women thrive when they join public relations. So we'll keep talking about this wonderful topic, public relation and public relation industry in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you. Bye bye. Take care.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. And today we'll be talking about Rishis, Acharyas, Saints of India, which is more aimed at discussing about their contribution to mankind and development sync of human race with the surrounding, which not only includes Earth, but whole cosmos. We have rich thought-provoking knowledge about many subjects like medicine, for example, Ayurveda, which is world famous, ancient knowledge of surgery, discovery of zero, and also art of living, the science of planet, and much more. Today, we'll be talking about Maharishi Dadiji, a sage who sacrificed his life to protect devas, gods. And in our ancient inscription, Acharya Dadiji is famously known as the greatest of all sage. He is an example of greatest sacrifice for the goodness of world. So stick around to this episode till the end to know more. Welcome back. As you know that we will be discussing about Maharishi Dadiji today. Dadiji was son of Atharvan, a rishi, and his wife Chetty. Atharvan was son of Brahma and Chetty was sage Kardam's daughter. Dadiji was said to have master of Vedic art known as Brahma Vidya or Madhu Vidya that would enable mortals to attain immortality. Well, what makes him so different than other rishis of the world? I think his sacrifice, which is done willingly for gods and mankind. According to one account, Indra, the king of heavens, a character of history similar to Odin of Western mythology, was once driven out by a demon from heavens, and that demon's name was Vitra. The demon was a recipient of boon whereby he could not be killed by any weapon that was known till the date of his receiving the boon, and additionally that no weapon made of wood or metal could harm him. Indra, who has lost all hopes of recovering his kingdom, was said to have approached Vishnu. Vishnu revealed that Indra, that only weapon made from the bones of sage, Dadichi, would defeat this demon. But why Dadichi only? So I will come to this point a little later. As story goes further, Indra and other devas therefore approached to Sage and asked him for his aid in defeating this demon. Sage Dadichi accepted, agreed the request, but said that he wished he had time to go on a pilgrimage to all holy rivers before he gave up his life to them. Indra then brought together all water of holy rivers to Naimisharanya, a very important place in India, and especially this is important place for Hindus, thereby allowing Sage to have his wish fulfilled without further loss of time. Well, after that, Dadichi asked Indra to kill him, but then this king of heaven said that how can I kill a sage? That will be murder for me. So finally, Dadichi created a huge fire by his willpower and entered into it, reduced himself to ashes, leaving behind only bones. Now here comes a question: is self-body can be burned by willpower? Well, lately we have seen cases of spontaneous human combustion of living human body without external source of ignition. So when we talk about creation of fire by Dadichi by his own will, are we really referring to self-combustion? I look forward for your comments on this subject. Now moving forward, Dadichi is then as he has already given his life for devas, and then from his bones devas gods made a vajra from his spine, and this weapon was used to defeat the demon, allowing Indra to reclaim his place as king of heavens. Now why Dadichi only? The requirement was only for human bones. But I think maybe Maharishi Dadichi willingly came forward for his ultimate sacrifice. Honor of Bravery Medal Paramveer Chakra, which is India's highest military award for displaying distinguished act of valor during wartime, has a picture of Vajra, which was made of Dadichi's bone, is engraved. So you see the importance of Dadichis in our own lives. There have been many instances where war gods like Murugan is described as holding Vajra. Skanda is also named of Buddhi Sattva in Mahayana Buddhism, also closely associated with Vajra. Now, when we talk about sacrifices or goodness or caring of human race, there are many instances in the history where the war, where many people, even the warlords, came forward for helping the mankind. Dadichi is credited with giving up his life in order to allow gods to make weapon and then defeat the demon and recapture heavens and release all water of the world from the clutches of the demon and for the living beings of the earth. One of the greatest virtue of mankind is helping needy people. Many people are considered brave for their virtues of giving many kind of alms, many kind of wealth, knowledge, and tried everything in their control to uphold the virtue. Indian history gives many extraordinary instances of this. Many people who preferred giving away their body parts, wealth, in order to give more preference to sacrifice, as it is referred in Hindu mythological history. But the Dadichi Rishi has a highest place above all rishis, above all human, for his own sacrifice and selflessness. Namaste. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and in this episode we have a special guest. He is an Indian bureaucrat who has a deep interest in Mahatma Gandhi's philosophies and ideologies. As you know, Mahatma Gandhi is world's greatest political and spiritual leader. We'll be discussing about his principles, his ideologies, and how these ideologies and principles are relevant in today's modern time. So stick around to this episode till the end. It is very interesting episode for you. Hello friends, welcome again. And today we have a very distinguished guest with us. He is Mr. Mukul Kumar, who is a distinguished and very refined bureaucrat. He is also a very popular novelist and poet. And he's been honored with the National Award for his outstanding service. He's also been awarded Bharat Nirman Award for Literacy and Excellence. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome him. Welcome to our show, Mukulji. How are you doing today?
Thank you. I am fine. And very good evening to my viewers. Very good morning to my viewers also.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you, and I know that you are a very good student of Gandhian philosophy and ideology. So you see, what you really mean with Gandhi, and how this Gandhism is to you. What do you mean really about Gandhi as a person or as an ideology?
Well, I won't claim that I'm some scholar on Gandhian philosophy. It's only that I have been a student of history, and that way I have been I have had the opportunity to study Indian freedom struggle. And when you talk of Indian freedom struggle, I think Gandhi emerges as the most crucial figure. Coming to Gandhi's ideology or philosophy, whatever you can say, like Indian freedom struggle itself reflects what Gandhi is. But I would like to break his ideology or philosophy into four major segments, like social, cultural, political, and economic. And if you really study Indian freedom struggle with a lot of care, you will realize that Indian freedom struggle is not a very, not something like monolithic. It is a very broad-based struggle, and it encompasses the social, cultural, political, and economic aspects, even environmental, aspect. And all such issues are still relevant today, with which humanity is grappling. Let me explain to you, like coming to the social aspect. Like Gandhi's struggle started with from South Africa. All of us know that, and it started with his fight against racial discrimination in South Africa. He formed the National Indian Congress, and his being thrown out of the compartment, first class compartment, went on to create history. And his struggle started with fighting against racial discrimination. National Indian Congress he formed in South Africa, and that fight against irrationality, against any sort of discrimination, got carried throughout Gandhian struggle. If we place him in the context of India, then he fought against untouchability. He was against the irrational discrimination on the basis of caste. Gandhi vouched for communal harmony. All of us know, and we are still grappling with this issue, Hindu-Muslim ideology, and that his passion for communal harmony went on to give rise to a movement like cooperation movement. Then coming to the gender issues, with which India, we are this issue is still relevant, that we are fighting for the rights of women. We are trying to bring about equality, between man and man, the man and woman. And Gandhian, struggle right from the beginning. If you talk, Gandhi wanted to co-opt women also, without any, discrimination. And I'm reminded of a quote by Gandhi that he says that the day woman would be able to, walk alone at night, that would be the real independence. And see, I live in Delhi. I know the state government is still striving, taking all such measures to ensure that the women are able to move out at night safely. Gandhi is still relevant even in the social sphere today. Coming to the economic aspect, you say economy. What? Let me tell you, the best economic model which has emerged in the current times is regulated capitalism based upon the concept of welfare state, where we talk about, inclusive development, taking care of the last man in the queue. And if you really study Gandhian, freedom struggle very carefully, while he was talking, while he was fighting for the political freedom of the country, he was fighting for the economic freedom, of the people at large also. His like agitation against, the British Empire, his movements like Champaran, his movements like Kheda, his movements like Swadeshi. Swadeshi, you have to understand, place in the very large context. Swadeshi, when he saw that the British goods are flooding Indian market, supplying the cheap material, the very cheap material to the British Empire, and importing the goods, is displacing, is driving many people at large unemployed totally. Artisans, our small scale industry, they were lying in ruins. Same with the farmers. Then Gandhi, that was the basic driving motive, behind launching the Swadeshi movement. And that is what we are still grappling with, the major issue of unemployment. Gandhi was for the production for the masses. He wanted that production should be able to cater to the needs of the people, not mass production for the sake of mass production, mechanization for the sake of mechanization. That way, Gandhi is still relevant, today. Coming to the cultural context, Gandhi always talked about that you have to, now I'm reminded of his Hindu Swaraj, where he says that he talks of the concept of self-rule. Self-rule is what? He explained self-rule. It is ruling over the self. That implies control over the self, awakening of the, soul force, awakening moral enhancement. And he realized that in the Hindu Swaraj, he talks that we have to ensure that when we get the freedom, we are not going to create an English India. He put before the people the flaws in the Western civilization, which is completely lopsided based upon the material pursuits of the material ambitions. He was equally concerned with the spiritual development of the individual, awakening of the moral force. He knew that India, he wanted to tap upon the indigenous concept, indigenous resources of the country, and he wanted to strike a balance between the material aspiration and the spiritual development of the individual. That is how Gandhi, and when we talk about political, all of us know he wanted to give the freedom, but his concept of freedom is very broad-based. You have to understand it in totality.
Well, I always appreciate Gandhi ideology because he is one of the greatest leader, political and spiritual leader of the world. And what happens that I have read, and one of the aspect of his ideology is non-violence, which I really appreciate. And at one point of time, he said that on this earth, everything is available, is given by the Mother Earth. Whatever is a human require, but it is not for the greed. So I think so that way I think it makes Gandhi different from any other leader, political or spiritual leader. So I would like to ask you now, what makes Gandhi the great Mahatma Gandhi?
You raised a very pertinent, subject, like Mother Earth can provide for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. And you see, this is the most burning issue in the world we are living in. We are talking about sustainable development. We are utilizing the resources of the earth much in advance. What we should utilize, what we should be utilizing in 1 year, we are utilizing in much lesser time. And that is why this concept of overshoot day, Earth overshoot day, has come into limelight. Sustainable development means not putting the unnecessary pressure upon the natural resources, utilizing it in a very judicious manner, and try to gradually resolve the conflict between environment and development. And Gandhi's this quote that we can provide, Mother Earth can provide for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed, I think it speaks volume. And this is the most, that is why I'm telling Gandhi is equally relevant today. Gandhi's concept of non-violence, be it truth, be it non-violence, be it environment, be it economy, I'm absolutely floored by this man, what kind of visionary he was. Coming to your basic question of what makes Gandhi Mahatma Gandhi, as a student of history, and especially I have had a passion for, Gandhi as a subject itself. Gandhi is a discipline in himself. He remains the most enigmatic, most towering personality of the human history, according to me, if you ask. What makes Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi, is his basic ingredients, of course, were there in him, but assimilated genius of Gandhi. Gandhi took all good things from many people around him. Like I will illustrate it with the example, the thinkers who have really inspired Gandhi and shaped his personality. I will start with the name of Henry Vivid Thoreau. He was an American thinker, and Gandhi imported from him the concept of civil disobedience. Thoreau wrote Duty of Civil Disobedience. And Gandhi started his struggle with civil disobedience in South Africa. You see the man, and then coming to Tolstoy. From Tolstoy, he took the concept of bread labor. Bread labor, where he treats the hand labor with the hand, with lot of dignity, and he says that everybody has to undergo physical labor in order to earn the bread. And when he created the ashram, when he set up the ashrams for the country, he ensured that each and every resident of the ashram is able to contribute in one way or the another to the upkeep of the ashram, to the maintenance of the ashram. So he was equally keen on the physical labor also, which he took from Tolstoy. Second thing which he took from Tolstoy was that Tolstoy famous book is there, that the kingdom of God is within you, and where he says love is the law of life. And Gandhi loved humanity at large. Every action of Gandhi reflects how he loved humanity. When he says his service to man is service to God, his love for humanity becomes palpably obvious. Then the man who most influenced Gandhi was John Ruskin. His book Unto the Last, which he read during his journey from Durban to Johannesburg, he read that book, and from there he took the concept of social trusteeship, where he talks that I am not against an individual earning the wealth, amassing the wealth, provided he puts it to the use of the welfare of the people at large. And that is the concept of trusteeship. The money you earn, you are just trustee on the behalf of the people, and you are putting that money to the use of the people so that everybody's need is met. The best of communism he took. While he was not a proponent of communism, he took the crux of the communism, the most humane aspect of the communism, and put it to, and he was equally concerned with the individual aspiration. So he gave, he encouraged individuals earning of wealth also pursuit of the material aspirations. So that is regulated capitalism based upon the concept of welfare state, and this is the best model of a state which the modern world has adopted. Communism has crumbled. Unbridled capitalism has crumbled. How it crumbled in 1929, Great Depression of America, you saw that unbridled capitalism failed. So he was able to strike a perfect balance between capitalism and communism, and came out with a perfect model, the best model which we have experimented with so far. Then another scholar which influenced him no end was Ralph Waldo Emerson. Ralph Waldo Emerson talks of self-reliance, and Gandhi was in the favor of our villages functioning as a self-reliant units. And already we have started talking about smart villages. He showed the darker side of the urbanization, and he knew that the soul of the India lies in villages. He was very well alive to that particular aspect of the Indian social and economic fabric, and that is why he was all for promoting villages as the basic unit of society and economy. And that is where I think we have missed the bus, and now we are waking up to that reality, and we are talking about smart villages. And as an individual, I really feel more than a smart cities, we need smart villages also. So again, we have to strike a balance between the village and the urban setup. Gandhi is like, to me, I think Gandhi, if you study him very carefully, I'm telling you, I think he was a complete leader. He was a complete leader.
Well, you have really mentioned very well when you are taking us to smart cities and self-reliant villages. You also mentioned the way of administration, which Gandhi really visualized at that point of time. And I think he is far ahead of his time when he is talking about these aspects, these ideologies.
Absolutely. Yeah. So Gandhi was like, he was such a humble person that he openly confesses that he was a great man, but he was always eager to take good things from people around him, from the events around him. That is what makes you really great, assimilative genius.
So actually, as you mentioned that we were talking about how relevant his ideologies or his principles are in today's scenario, because we are really developing very fast, but we are, as you mentioned, we are lagging behind in social front, economic, and sometimes political front also. And you may be remembering that we had a G7 summit. We discussed about the Mother Earth and how to cure it. So all these points are very, very relevant, and I think Mahatma Gandhi had that kind of vision and that kind of country he wants to make, and few of the points is being taken by the current government in the development aspect, in the implementation of some of the aspect of Gandhian philosophy. Now I would like to ask you what Gandhi really means to you as an individual.
Gandhi, for me, remains, a subject of eternal interest. My interest in Gandhi never, and I don't miss any opportunity of knowing more and more about Gandhi. To me, he means a complete individual, a complete person. And if you ask me that, have you seen God? God, when we talk about God, we associate God with, with some kind of miracle or some kind of supernatural force. But Gandhi, as a human being, I feel he was a divine human being, in the sense that his only pursuit in life was humanism and goodness. He goes to the extent of saying, I don't want any conflict between economics and ethics. He wanted to create a political system based upon individual, where you have each and every action of yours should have the sight on the last man in the queue. He talks. You see in the and entire our, if you see the human history, if you observe the human history, it has been the development of or growth of reason. Reason in Gandhi was always there. He put it to practice. That is another hallmark of Gandhi. When he says that an ounce of practice is worth 1,000 words, he first practiced, and that he led by example. Gandhi, what more can I say? I treat him to be a complete individual, the most towering personality, and really, I would call him a godly man. Who was born in the and Albert Einstein. I'm reminded of Albert Einstein. The coming generations will hardly believe that there ever walked upon earth a man like Mahatma Gandhi. So you can say just Albert Einstein's statement speaks volumes about Gandhi. What more I can say?
Yes, well, actually, it is a very, very crucial topic and very, very crucial subject to be discussed and to be propagated. When we are talking about Gandhi, though we know so much, we study about Gandhi so much in the school, but I think on a very lower level, maybe primary, we should get books on his principles like non-violence, how to live, how to care about the people, like Peet Parai Jane Re. That is one of the very strongest quotation which is being given by Mahatma Gandhi. Right?
Yeah, Vaishnav Jante, that, if you understand the meaning, first stanza, I will just tell you the crux of the first stanza. It is like a human being should, appreciate the pain of others as if it is his or her own pain. And you should serve the person without any sense of pride. You have to understand, while service is one thing, but serving without any sense of pride that, okay, I am doing something. That was Gandhi. Complete self-effacement. That was Gandhi. Then again, I think I'm reminded of, Gandhi's views on politics, where he says, when I talk about self-rule, it is not self-rule as if freedom, getting freedom from the British, rule. It is like everybody is able to rule over oneself, and every individual has an equal say in the administration, in the politics. That is too idealistic, I know, to be followed. But he said, his own statement I am putting you, that I am an anarchist and I know and I will pursue ordered anarchy. The word he uses, phrases he uses is ordered anarchy, where each and every individual is able to have a say in the administration and he is ruling upon himself. That was Gandhi. You have to go a bit deeper to understand the person Gandhi was. Sometimes, of course, he was too idealistic, he was too good to be put into any model. Gandhi was a transcendental figure. He defies any economic model, he defies any political model. And if you really want to create any model based upon Gandhian philosophy, it has to be completely idealistic, where every individual has to be good at heart. That is why he says the good of the individual is always contained in the good of the all.
Well, as usual, it is so wonderful to really talk to you today and understand more about Gandhi and Gandhi's philosophy. So we'll be meeting again, maybe in the next show, we'll be discussing more topic-wise, elaborate topics, so that our viewers understand how important is the principle and the ideology, and which are very, very relevant in today's time also. So once again, thanks very much.
Before concluding, I think this discourse would be incomplete without talking about Satyagraha Gandhi. I was talking about assimilative genius and hunger in Gandhi to import good things from the people around him. I think I would be missing the name of Socrates, the famous Greek philosopher, whose trial is very famous, where he defended himself in a most convincing manner, even in the face of death sentence. Still, he never yielded. He never yielded truth. Gandhi's Satyagraha is that insistence upon truth, fighting for it without any fear. That was Gandhi, and he put it to the practice. He put it to practice in Indian freedom struggle. You have to understand the second aspect of Satyagraha, where he says the fighting for truth is one thing, but Satyagraha is also about reforming the adversary. You are fighting the sinner, but you are fighting the sin, not the sinner. That was Gandhi. I think each Gandhian philosophy comes into play in each and every strategy also of Mahatma Gandhi. Whatever he said, he really practiced. And he led by example. He showed to the world, even in a political context, you can put your entire economic, social, and cultural views or philosophy into practice. Indian freedom struggle remains the most broad-based struggle to have been ever launched anywhere, I must say. And that is why Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, all such big leaders whom we really almost emulate and worship, they have been the ardent admirers and followers of Mahatma.
Really, and you have mentioned all very crucial and very thought-provoking issues in today's episode. So we'll be meeting again the next time and discuss more elaborately, taking as any interesting topic. And I think that will be very, very interesting for our viewers to study and view the views and understand what really Gandhi means to us today. And I just want to say one thing in the end is that he's very, very relevant in fact, in today's modern era also. So take care. Bye bye.
Anybody's understanding of Gandhi can never be conclusive.
Is right. So see you. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Msme Act Technologies, and as you know, in this series we are trying to enhance the literacy around the digital issues. And since so many people are now visiting the web and also putting their work on the online on the web, so it is, I think, becoming very, very important to have the right amount of knowledge, right amount of literacy, and also understanding how and why you should use certain functionality or why you should use certain softwares online. So I think the whole agenda of this series is to enhance the literacy around the digital arena. And in this particular episode, I will be talking about the behavioral aspect of the cybersecurity. So as you know, friends, that the cybersecurity is become an important issue. There are a lot of cybersecurity experts which are guiding organizations, small companies, and even large countries on how to protect your assets. So that is a totally different line of thought, totally different science. We will not be covering the entire cybersecurity aspect of using the World Wide Web. But in this series, in today's episode, we would look at the literacy part of it and how a common man can be more literate and be aware of what are the threats looming around him, and what are the behavioral aspects of the cybersecurity which affects everyone. So that the people who are watching this video gets more literate, more aware of things, and they start following certain good practices and not invite trouble uh, to themselves. So as the cybersecurity subject concerns, there has been several attacks. In fact, the government of India has taken so many steps to prevent misuse of data of the citizens, either by the people within the country or even outside the country, and they have been giving a lot of advisories. In fact, some of you must be getting a lot of inputs from the telecom companies directly, saying that hey, don't share your passwords, don't share your OTP account number. In fact, the banks have themselves started saying that no one will ask for your secret identity numbers. If somebody of bank employee calls you to verify certain things, they will not be asking any personal data, because the personal data is supposed to be entered directly into the banking system. Nobody will ask for this information verbally. So there is so much of awareness being spread. At the same time, the behavior of our behavior, will put us in the threat. So if you look at the cyber security and the behavioral aspect of the cyber security is what we will talk about. So just in nutshell, if you want to look at the definition of the behavioral cyber security, it is the proactive approach to security in which all relevant activity is monitored so that the deviation from the normal behavior can be identified. So to explain this in much simpler language, say for example, if you are using your mobile phone in certain way, but so that is a safe method because you are used to using your mobile phone or your PC or your systems at home in that particular fashion. But if in case there has been a difference in the behavior of your usage, that means for example you have set number of websites which you visit on daily basis, say about 20, but you want to visit something else or you want to use your PC in some other way, that should raise an alarm, and that should be a deviation from the behavior, usual behavior of your usage of these systems. So this is what something that is a behavioral aspect of cybersecurity is all about. And I'll tell you why it is important to track the behavior itself, because if you can track the behavior of your system, and if there is a system in your mobile device or your PC which is tracking your behavior, then anything out of the blue, the system will be able to track and warn you. So if that step is taken without deploying too many expensive firewalls, antivirus solutions, or anything of the cybersecurity which cost money, if you just trap the behavioral aspect and out of the ordinary something happens on your systems, that should be a very good deterrent from you getting attacked. So just to take this discussion forward, I would like to say that if there are network behavioral detection, say for example if you are using your network, things like your Facebook or LinkedIn, in certain way you're used to using these things, but there is an anomaly detected by the system. Now what is the anomaly? Anomaly is that you actually spend 90% of your time visiting certain websites, and but certain things which are not usually visited by you is detected by the system. That is an anomaly. So usually if you are an iPhone user or an advanced Android user, you will have experienced these alerts coming to you saying that hey, there is something happening. Did you try to log in into this website? Did you try to log in using this system? Because normally you use some other system to log in into Facebook, but now we have detected that you're using some other system to log in. So things like that. Now there could be a chance where somebody has been able to hack into your Facebook account, but that person who's trying to hack into your Facebook account does not have your login ID or does not have your machine from which you log in. So that is a behavior aspect where the system is able to detect that you usually log in using your home PC, but now you're logging in from some other city and some other PC. So that is a change in behavior. That is why all these systems like Facebook has a built-in security on the behavioral aspect where they can detect how you're using Facebook, how you're using LinkedIn. So this is just one example. So there could be numerous examples of the behavioral aspect. So anything out of the ordinary should ring a bell and should be a cause of concern, and that is why these triggers are there in the network where anything out of the ordinary should be alerted to the user. Similarly, there could be a intrusion which can happen into your privacy. There could be an intrusion happening into your mobile device or your PC from external agency where they are trying to get access to your files on your desktop or on your mobile. Some of these files may be very, very personal to you. Some of these files may contain certain data which is related to your finances, etc., and you don't want these things to be made available to a third party. Otherwise, there is a very heavy chance or high chance where the data which has been stolen from your PC or your mobile device can be misused against you itself. So you have to protect all of these aspects. And if there is an intrusion, for example, a few days back, somebody was trying to log in into my mobile device from somewhere in China, And fortunately I was able to detect this behavior because I'm in India, and somebody is trying to get access to my mobile device from China using some technology. We don't know what it is, but it is against the behavior because I have never traveled to China. So I think you have to be mindful about these things, and there are systems which are giving you these alerts. So you have to make sure that you don't ignore these alerts and you take appropriate action when such an intrusion happens. That means you should not allow. So the easiest thing to do is, if there is an intrusion which is being reported by your mobile device or your social media account, immediately change the passwords. That is the easiest thing to do, and that will make you more secure. So I think while there is a behavioral pattern checking, so that anything out of the blue is being checked, at the same time you can also keep changing your passwords as and when such intrusion happens, to secure, to protect yourself. At the same time, if there are occurrences happening often, then there has to be analysis on the pattern itself. You know, who's trying to steal your identity, who's trying to log in into the system, and how people are using your data or trying to get access to your data. So these are the things that you should be really concerned about, and you should do an analysis of how this pattern is emerging, and that will give you an input on how or who is trying to get access to your information. And then at the right time you can alert the authorities. The IT Act or IT legal laws in different countries are very, very strict, and anything, if you're able to detect the pattern and inform the authorities, the law will take its own course and will book the people who are trying to uh, get into your mobile devices and steal your identity. So I think number two is understand what are the patterns which are happening on your devices, and people are trying to get access to your personal data. Now let's come to the advantage, because I think so far we have covered about what is cybersecurity, but we are not discussing too much in cybersecurity because it requires a lot of technical in-depth knowledge. We are talking about the behavioral aspects of the security, and in today's world, if you are using some sort of a system, then you're definitely putting a lot of information, your photographs, your whereabouts, location, uh, on the social media. And if those are the things which are being shared and somebody else get access to your location, your personal data, your photographs, your children information, the whole thing can be misused. So I think the first aspect is to understand what is behavior, how you are using responsibly the social media, what you are putting into social media. Is it very private or very public? It can be shared in public, or if it is very private, you should not be sharing it. So I think that is the first behavioral change that you have to make in yourself. Second is that you have to also understand, in case there is a uh, out of the blue something is happening on your social media accounts and also on your device, you have to be very, very alert and attentive to prevent that. Number three, if there are pattern emerging of these attacks on you, then you have to understand who's trying to attack, and notice the pattern, and at the right time, once the occurrence are more than 5 to 6 times on the same pattern, you have to alert the authorities. Now let's come to the advantages. See, these are very simple steps. By changing the behavior of your own usage of different aspects of the digital life, you will be able to protect yourself without spending a lot of money in buying cyber security systems. I mean, if you buy the cyber security softwares, some of these things which you have to do manually can be automated, and you will be only seeing different kinds of alerts on your devices. But in case if your workload is not very heavy, you don't need to spend a lot of money in the cybersecurity softwares, and you don't have to. I mean, if you just simply change your behavior in terms of how you use your mobile phone, how you use your social media accounts, or how you use your laptops, what information you share by post or by SMS, what sort of information you share if somebody calls you, and WhatsApp or any messenger services. So if you have some sort of control on yourself in terms of your behavior, you will be able to secure yourself. And watch out, in the end I will say that make sure that keep checking your behavior, and anything out of the blue that happens on your account, on your device, you have to see and examine that occurrence. So with this, let me end my discussion today. And friends, if you want to comment on this, please do. I will take up your comments, and we will talk about some other aspects of digital literacy in the next episode. Until then, bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Msme Technologies, and welcome to Legal Matters. And today is Thursday, and we would like to discuss something which is very peculiar. There's a lot of hue and cry about it, but people don't understand it. So in order to make it more clear, let me invite our guest, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me. And yes, I'm going to speak today about the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development Act 2006. And yes, as you said, that this is a very huge topic, and a lot of people are interested in understanding the concept of what is a micro, small, and medium enterprise, and what are the provisions of this act. So I'm going to discuss some of the salient features of this act with you in this session.
Great. So we look forward to it. So for the viewers, micro, small, and medium enterprise is actually referred as MSME, and there is a little bit history in India. So I just covered that. See, when India got independence in 1947, predominantly Indian economy was based on the small scale industry and the agriculture, and this was continuing, and there was no need to make a special provision for a small scale industry. And I think I'm just going in depth little bit before I hand it over to you, Jeet. Is that in 1991, when the economy was opened, there was a lot of funds which were coming from overseas into India, and because of this fund which was available for the industries to set up with their foreign investments, the small companies who are actually busy in the lower segment of the market, they got really a very badly hit. And the government realized that we have overlooked this aspect of Indian economy, because the small industries actually provide up to 40% of exports of India and about 30% of employment opportunities. So if the small segment is eradicated gradually and large industries comes in the picture, then India tend to lose out in a big way. So I think in 2006, government started thinking about it, and this act was passed, which describes the MSME. What are these companies, how they have to function, what are their, what they have get as a credit from the government, what are the legal aspects around it. And so this is just a brief, and it's a very large subject. So let me invite Jeet to briefly tell us what is this MSME Act, because somewhere in the discussion we will have to also understand what are the production based or manufacturing based MSMEs and what are the services based MSMEs. And I think with limited time we will try to see how much we can cover. But Jeet, over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant. Yes, you nicely put up the brief history and background of how this act came into existence. And you rightly pointed out that micro and small industries are extremely important for the development of the country, especially a developing country like India requires these sectors as much as a large and sector is required. And they are the backbone of the economy, and they around 30% of the GDP is also contributed by these MSME sector. So therefore, this is a very important sector for our economy, and their promotion and development is of utmost importance for the strong economic foundation of country and for the future. And therefore, this act came into existence, and the purpose of this act is for facilitating the promotion, development, and enhancing the competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. This act came into existence on 16th of June 2006, and it has been in place since last 14 years. And some of the interesting and important features where it defines what is a micro, small, and medium enterprise has been changing continuously throughout from 2006, and recently by way of a new notification which came on 1st of June 2020. Again, it has enhanced the limits of what enterprises would come under a micro, a small, and a medium enterprise. And if I may just point out, the notification prescribes that an enterprise which is engaged in the manufacture or production of goods pertaining to any industry, a micro enterprise would be where the investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 1 crore and the turnover does not exceed 5 crore. So this is the limit for enterprise to come within the micro enterprise segment, wherein the investment in plant and machinery should not exceed 1 crore. So any investment within the limit of 1 crore, the enterprise, it can be whatever, it can be either a proprietorship, it can be an individual, it can be a company, a private company or a public company, or it can be any association of person registered or unregistered. They can be termed as a micro enterprise and get benefit under the act if their investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 1 crore. So this act basically divides these sectors into two segments. One is pertaining to manufacturing of production, manufacture or production of goods, and the second is for rendering or providing services. So these are the two bifurcations which are provided. With respect to uh, manufacture or production, the investment in plant and machinery, if it does not exceed 1 crore, then it would come within a micro enterprise. If the investment in plant and machinery uh, is from 1 crore but does not exceed 10 crore, then it would be a small enterprise. And further, its turnover also should not be more than 50 crores. This is the requirement for a small enterprise. And similarly, for a medium enterprise, the investment in plant and machinery should not exceed 50 crores and turnover should not exceed 250 crores. So any enterprise whose turnover does not exceed 250 crore and investment in plant and machinery does not exceed 50 crore would be covered under the medium enterprise. So these are the three classifications of a micro enterprise, small enterprise, and a medium enterprise. And if they fall within these categories, they can be registered as a micro, small, and medium enterprise under the Act and can avail of several benefits and schemes of the state as well as the central government. In fact, under the Act, the uh, the Act constitutes a national board for micro, small, and medium enterprise, which uh, consists of the minister in charge of the ministry or department of the central government, having control of the micro, small, and medium enterprise, and also minister of state having the control of the micro, small, and medium enterprise. So there's a national board for micro, small, and medium enterprises, specifically providing out with schemes and beneficial policies in order to ensure that these micro, small, and medium enterprises grow and there is competitiveness, and also the large scale sectors do not take over the entire share of these small, micro, and medium enterprises, and they get a level playing field, because it is very important for these sectors to grow in the country. Also, what is a very salient feature of this act is that uh, there is a facilitation council which is provided for in every state, which uh, addresses the disputes arising out of in supply of goods or services rendered by the MSME sector. And this is a very important part of this act, because this provides for uh, facilitation of disputes by way of conciliation and arbitration, and is and the and the services can be uh, availed of even by making an online application in MSME Samadhan portal, which is provided by the MSME on the MSME website as well. So under the prescribed form, an application has to be made to the MSME Facilitation Council, which is also known as Micro and Small Enterprise Facilitation Council, which decides on the disputes where, if, for example, if MSME sector, a manufacturer or even a service provider has provided some goods and the buyer has purchased the goods or has availed of the services, and if he does not make the payment within the prescribed time, which is prescribed either in the invoice or uh, if it is in the contract, then what is the mechanism is prescribed from section 15 to section 18 of the act, and which is we are going to discuss forward in this.
So, Jeet, I think it was a long description, but I think there is still more to it because MSMEs are a very big segment. They are one of the biggest employer in the country, and most of these industries which are in the MSME segment are the labor intensive industry. So they employ a lot of these labors more than the specific large industries that we have in India. So it's a very important segment of our business, which are governed by a certain MSME Act, which we are discussing today. Um, One of the biggest problem the MSMEs faces with regard to the payments. For example, if they have to go to a bank will have a lot of requirements that hey, they have to have minimum threshold, etc. They have to have a GST number. They have to have MSME registration certificate. There are a whole lot of document required, but it is not. I would say it is not as much as the large industry licenses are required. So it's a lot easier, but it is important for the MSME person who want to establish an MSME segment to know all these things, which are very basic in nature, much easier than setting up a large industry. And the second problem the MSME segment would face, I would say, in terms of collections and when they supply, what is the guarantee when they will get the payment. So with this, I will ask you this question, what are the provisions in the act to facilitate the MSME players if the production is done, supply is done, with regard to goods and how they get paid. I think you can throw some light on that.
Yes, absolutely. Well, yes. So under the MSME Act 2006, Chapter 5, which starts from Section 15 onwards, provides for the delayed payment to micro and small enterprise, and wherein if any supplier has supplied any goods or rendered any service to any buyer, the buyer has to make payment on or before the date agreed upon between them, and the said time period can in no circumstances exceed 45 days from the accept date, the delivery of the goods or services have been given by the MSME. So within 45 days of from the date on which the delivery of good has taken place or the services have been rendered. From that date till 45 days, the payment has to be done by the buyer. And if the payment is not made within this 45 days, then the buyer will have to pay compound interest with monthly rest to the supplier, which is three times the bank rate notified by the Reserve Bank. So, the Reserve Bank's notified bank rate is if 6%, then the buyer will have to pay the MSME 18% compound interest with monthly rests. So that's a huge amount and huge interest which can be levied by the MSME sector and the banks under the MSME Act. So therefore, if the buyer fails, then the provision, the mechanism which is mentioned under the MSME Act is that it provides for a micro and small enterprises facilitation council, and an application has to be made, a reference has to be made to this micro and small enterprise facilitation council, which would first attempt to conciliate, which is in a way try to negotiate and find a solution. And if the buyer is ready and willing to pay with the interest, then the matter gets resolved. Otherwise, the matter is referred for arbitration, and the amount which the buyer will have to pay thereafter will be 18% interest with monthly rates. That are the provisions which are prescribed under the MSME Act. There is a high limit of interest which otherwise is never seen in any other enactment, and this is three times the interest charged by the Reserve Bank. So therefore, this is in a way a deterrent, so that any buyer who purchases from an MSME sector or an enterprise has to ensure that he makes the payment within the prescribed time. Otherwise, the MSME Facilitation Council can impose a interest at the rate of 18% with monthly rests. So therefore, the buyers have to make regular payments to the MSME sector, and otherwise there are heavy interest and penalty which can be imposed upon the buyers who don't pay within the time prescribed. And this is a very important mechanism, because unless the MSME sector receives their payments regularly, they would be in a better position to pay and pay to their laborers and to other sectors from which it buys or receives any services or goods. So therefore, this ensures that smooth running of the MSME sector, and the boredom or the liquidation crunch does not happen.
So,
So
Jeet,
that is the purpose why such provisions are prescribed.
I have one question here with regard to the collection. Is there a process for setting up the invoicing so that from the beginning of the cycle, the authorities are aware that hey, this guy has launched, given his invoices at this time, and this is overdue by after 45 days. The customer is so and so party. So, is there a complete track which is kept, or is it that the MSME has to approach with the invoice copies to the authorities? How does this work?
So, while making a reference to the Facilitation Council, those invoices and copies of the delivery of goods or services will have to be provided. And basically, the MSME enterprise will have to first show that this was the order received from this buyer, and in pursuance to which this is the delivery made on this date, and these were the terms and conditions which were agreed upon, and therefore the invoice was raised. And if the date is mentioned that within 15 days or 20 days the payment is to be done, then if within that time the payment is not made by the buyer, then the MSME enterprise can approach the Facilitation Council through an online application as well. And the jurisdiction of that Facilitation Council is where the seller, the supplier, is located, and the buyer can be in any part of the country. If suppose the buyer, the seller, the supplier is based in Ahmedabad, then the facilitation center, which is in Gandhinagar, he will have to make an application there, and the supplier can be in any part of the country, and the jurisdiction is given with the MSME Facilitation Council in Gujarat, which can adjudicate upon the dispute and direct the supplier, the buyer, to make the payment with so and so interest. And if that is not done, then that becomes a decree of the court and can be executed as a decree, and which has an effect of an order passed by a court of law. And there is a prescribed time limit, because any application or reference which is made to the facilitation council has to be decided within a period of 90 days. And there's a mandatory period prescribed, and the authorities have to decide within a period of 90 days and have to direct the uh, buyer to make the payment to the MSME sector. So there are strict provisions, and within time limit, the facilitation council has to act, and therefore is a very effective mechanism provided for MSME sector and enterprise under the MSME Act 2000.
So this is with regard to the collection process, which has been set very strictly, as you said, Jeet, is that there are lots of checks and balances. So people who are indulging in or who are part of the MSME segment in India, they can be rest assured that the provisions of the Act are adequate, and they are giving enough security to the MSME players. Um, and as I said, Jeet, this is very large subject. In order to understand the entire in entirety, probably we can discuss this more detail, break it down into multiple sessions. And as we know, Jeet, the law is also changing. It's pending approval in the parliament, where they want to change the classification of the MSMEs also. So I think there will be some changes there. But I think in today's world, in COVID, MSMEs are having a lot of credit issues. Government is trying to resolve those, but I think still a lot to be done. What is your opinion on that?
Yes, absolutely. Well, uh, the provisions are in place, but its implementation and execution is also very important. And we see sometimes that even very well-intentioned legislation is a lot of times not properly implemented, and its execution lacks, and therefore it creates some hurdles and problems for this sector to grow to its fullest extent. But if there is proper implementation and execution of all the schemes and policies and also the provisions of this act, then full potential of MSME sector can also be reached. And you are right that a lot is yet to be done, and this sector is absolutely important. And certainly we can have more discussions on this act as well as on this MSME enterprise and sector. And yes, but yes, a lot has to be done, especially after COVID. Now, with the changing times, we will have to see how things develop and how things unfold in the economy. So yes, a lot has to be is required to be done yet.
So, Jeet, it was a wonderful talking to you today, understanding more in depth about the MSME Act, which was passed in 2006. I think the new act is still pending in the parliament. So, we'll see how when it comes out. We will cover that on our program. But I think next week on Thursday, we can probably discuss about MSME issues with regard to go to market, because MSME is also uh, responsible for about 40% of export business until last year. So I think we can discuss more about go-to-market facilities, you know, from the legal standpoint, of course, you know, things like collection, is the letter of credit applicable? So there could be thousand other questions our viewers would have. So I would like to ask viewers to post their questions if they have regarding MSME, and we will have Jeet answer those questions in the next session. And but next session would be largely on the go-to-market activities and where the government is helping the MSMEs. So with this, I would like to say goodbye to you, Jeet. Any last word you would like to add?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chandrakant. Certainly, we will discuss about this next time. And it was nice talking to you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeet. Have a nice day.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Mac Technologies, and it is my honor to welcome you all once again on Jeremy Blaine Live. And since the name suggests it's Jeremy Blaine, let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be back.
Yes, Jeremy, as you know that we are discussing about the impact on the business because of this pandemic situation. I think that today we must discuss about the distributed workforce, which has become the new normal nowadays. So, we would like to know how it has changed the way we work today. I think you can just throw a few points from your global experience.
Yeah, well, you know what's interesting? I've invented something this year, CK. So VUCA, of course, volatile, uncertain, etc., complex and ambiguous. I've invented VUCAD and I've published that. And the D stands for distributed because I think it's that significant in terms of a challenge to organizations to welcome and embrace rather than just handle a more distributed workforce. We've been forced into that this year somewhat. And many organizations have come through that thinking, you know what, wow, actually we can do very different things. So you have organizations already that practice that. So WordPress, for example, most of us who have a website may have a WordPress background. They're 100% remote working company, 100% distributed. They don't have an office, so they have spaces that they can gather. Even some of the more traditional businesses this year have come out, like McKinsey, for example, big one, Barclays, PwC, talking about this has helped us reimagine what our working could look like. We estimate, some of them were estimating that they can take away 40% of their bricks and mortar offices, which is a huge change, which is for me why I go back to the point I added the D to VUCA, because this is a significant challenge, but it also is a significant upside when you start to consider the financials. And in fact, one company has already done this way back in the 90s, which was IBM. You've got a high proportion of their workforce already working in this way, and it has saved billions of cost for IBM over the years, and it's the way that they're going to work moving forward. And many more are following suit now, CK.
Jeremy, I think you make a very, very valid and very strong point, and you also added D to it. But let me share a little story about myself. Just trying to bring to a point where we can ask you a second question. The story goes in the middle of last year, we were experimenting with something called virtual office. And the idea at that time was that we don't have to really depend on the workforce. I mean, we have 2 offices in India as a company, but we didn't want to restrict ourselves to only 2 locations because talent can come from anywhere. And we were experimenting. In the end, we got POC done by 2 companies. One was an Israeli company and one was a LA-based company. And the product is a virtual office product. And what it does is basically create different video sessions, and then it has all the other ingredients which are required in an office rolled into it. So things like timekeeping, attendance, you want to call your colleague for a cup of coffee, you want to go for a meeting in a meeting room. So all those functionality and probably much more. There was a lot of collaboration, integration with Microsoft platform, also with Google Docs, and much more. And then the pandemic started. So for us as a company, it was very seamless migration for us to move on to the virtual office platform. And I must clarify to you that our intention was not to, leverage the distributed workforce. Our intention was to basically reduce cost, because what we were saying is that, hey, why have to look at large cities to hire people in my own office when I can go to a tier C class or tier D class city? Probably I'll get the same amount, same quality of resource, maybe better at a much lower cost. That was our intention. What I see now, and here's the question which I want to ask you, is that, you know, the Zoom has come in a big way, and all these video conferencing tools have come in a big way. But the virtual office, and I must also share this information that when we were doing the evaluation of these tools, we found 40 of these different companies providing this similar solution. But I'm surprised after a year, not many companies have done uh, anything in the market, even though there is a requirement where the small medium enterprises and startups, um, you mentioned about the large companies like Google and WordPress, but the smaller companies will have more requirement to move on the virtual platform. But somehow I don't see that happening. Would you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I do. I do. And like you, in fact, I've been a remote worker for many, many years, probably since about 2004, even way before we had all of our mobile tools. And you get used to doing things with the available technology that you have, and then you create networks. And then, as back then, LinkedIn was a really great tool for me to use from a networking point of view. As I then built a business in my previous company, I set up business for Asia Pacific, managing India to the Pacific. And I was based in Singapore for 7 years. And I set up the business, which is a very traditional kind of small, medium business, in a very different way to the rest of the organization, to embrace contingent workforce and to embrace new ways of working, fueled by technology, not overwhelmed by technology, because that is a really good point that you raise. There is so much out there that the danger is it becomes overwhelming and the technology then becomes the issue rather than the solution for everything. If I fast forward to now, then my own business, Performance Works, I operate across continents. I have collaborators everywhere, etc. And we have multiple projects going on at the time, and I am 100% contingent workforce and distributed working. I do not have one permanent employee apart from myself in the organization. So it's first of all, it starts to look at, from my point of view, it's looking at a different business model, and then a different way of remunerating your contingent workers, not just in terms of project payment, but retainers, reward, recognition, which often many organizations don't think. And even as a small business, being able to bring all of that round. So you've got the human bit key. And I found, I'm not sure about you, CK, as well, maybe you'll have a view on this. I found what was really important first, before we got to the technology, was to help everybody get on board with that journey, whether they're permanent or whether they're collaborator resource, and start to adapt the culture of the organization for where you need to be for the future. So more appropriate for the digital era that we're in right now. So people's mindsets were on that journey ahead, and were ready to try new things and change and adapt and evolve. So from that perspective, that is the point then I come into the technology. And it's not about technology first, it's about where am I as an organization, as a team, as a need, and then what are the most appropriate technologies to fuel that. One of the problems for many organizations, particularly, as you said, actually many startups that I've experienced and worked with, they go for what I would call the fad and the fashion. So Zoom is in fashion this month, so we'll use Zoom. Or no, Google Meet is a little bit cooler, so we'll use Google Meet, etc. And we'll have all of these tools, and then suddenly nobody knows what to do. So you have to really establish the need and understand what appropriate technology will fuel the type of working that you do collaboratively. It's very interesting you asked this question, because I posted something similar on LinkedIn yesterday, and I had a thread of a conversation through my post with a guy called Dominic about these tools, saying the same, because there's so many. And we both concurred that we both sort of found in a roundabout way that we were using very similar things. So for example, for my team, I'm using two tools. I'm using Slack and I'm using Zoom. And they do exactly as you describe, CK. It's collaborative, it's about communication, it's about spot messaging, it's about project teams and tasks, and I can map in other technologies like Trello, for example, if I'm doing just-in-time task management and maybe moving into project management. But also I can wrap in my Zoom into Slack. I can link the two things together so that when I'm working with my team, even if they don't have certain one of the apps, they can start to come in on the back of mind. So I think you raise a very important point. I think one of the issues for many organizations is that they've just gone down and they've kind of grabbed a whole lot of technologies and feel one week to the next that one works better than another, and maybe isn't asking the key question: what is our need? What will fuel our organization and enable our people? What will be best for not just the internal, but for the external, and doing it that way. And I think that's really the way to look at it, because the technology is key. The other thing to add in mind, final point, sorry, on this is the fact that bandwidth also is the key. Is what is the most efficient technologies that you can use that that make the most of the bandwidth available, rather than sucking the power out of it.
Well, I think the issues related to software and hardware and the network is not really a major issue, although these are the issues, as you rightly mentioned, that we need to consider that if there is a person based out of his home office and we are engaging with him, then obviously he should have the right connectivity. So I think that is given, that if you don't have connectivity, then you're not going to be available for work in a distributed environment. Having said that, there are a lot of social imbalances which has also come in. For example, you are forced to see the living area of your employee. You never got exposed to the living world, and if there are young parents, you can sometimes see babysitting happening during the office environment. So I think that is also a big change which people have to grapple with right now with the distributed workforce. What are the tricks of handling this, especially if you are addressing the entrepreneurs, the CEOs of SMEs and startups? Because inevitably this is going to come up with a distributed workforce. How they should handle this?
Yeah, you raise another good point. And the first thing that I would reinforce to everybody watching this is that we're not yet normalized in terms of remote working. You're absolutely right in what you said, is that we've been forced into this year. We're all in our homes. I'm embarrassed to say I'm in the old porch of my house. Looks like I'm in a castle, CK, but I'm not. I'm in the old entrance to my house, which has become a little office, because I used to have a co-working space here and another space there. And we get used to that, and we see, cats are walking here and there. We have work-life balance, which has really come to the head. And while some organizations have been talking about it, it's become very real this year, because many people around the world have had to homeschool their kids as well, who've been off at the same time. Maybe they're a single parent, maybe they're two parents working, and they're having to balance all of this and sharing it. So organizations, as much of people, have had to be very flexible. And in fact, it's the smaller organizations that have been more agile and more adaptive to this, of course, because they haven't had to transcend age-old processes that are in place and struggle with legacy technology, which isn't fit for purpose, to help organizations. So many startups and smaller organizations have managed to make some very quick wins in this space and be more enlightened in terms of how they're operating with the individuals. Now, before we got to the pandemic in 2020, there was a lot of work done around space and place, because this was a trend that was already happening. We talked in one of our previous discussions around the rise of the blended workforce, the independent workforce, which is there. And they were using, like I was, things like co-working spaces, working hubs, could be things like WeWork or independent places in the cities that they were working. And they were creating the social sort of centers for themselves around these places without necessarily having to be in the office that they were working for. And that's whether they were permanent employees or whether they were independent workers on a project, to be fair, because that's the two things coming together. So Cushman and Wakefield, actually, who are a big sort of infrastructure organization, did quite a lot of surveys around this and looked at space and looked at workspace and workplaces and thinking about how creative some workplaces have become to create these very usable spaces that not only provided great work environments, but provided the social environment that they found was lacking because not many organizations were doing it. We only hear of many of the big organizations and if you like, the more trendy techie organizations like Google or Spotify and what their offices look like and how they've thought about the spaces for their employees. That has now filtered through to many organizations, traditional ones, but particularly startups and small medium organizations who realize they can make small changes that make a very big difference. The other thing that has been happening though since the pandemic is, of course, we've all had to move away from our co-working offices or permanent offices. I talked about Spotify, I talked about some other companies. They've already announced that they won't be going back to the office until 2021. Now some saying possibly till mid 2021, but we don't know about the vaccine, all of these kind of things coming into it, but that's what organizations are thinking of. So what they have done also is realize that as well as this not being normalized and this impacting potentially mental health, physical well-being, they've started to put in more socialized activities in a working day. So they've moved to more asynchronous working. So they've transcended having to replicate what we were doing at the office, which was the danger that many organizations, or the trap that many fell into, by not rethinking how people would work productively at home. So they were able to rip up the existing rule book and say, actually, there are different ways of productive work. There's techniques like the Pomodoro technique. There are things that we know we need to do, but we can be more empowered as individuals to do it as distributed workers. So many have got used to doing that. Many organizations have now come in and started putting more socialized activities in there. Some start with TikTok mornings, which is not everybody's cup of tea, CK, he said as a 53-year-old man. But for some it is, and particularly in newer organizations, younger millennial organizations, these kind of things make a difference because it's energizing, engaging, mobilizing, motivating. And traditional leaders and potentially leaders like me need to embrace these things because they're really important as part of fueling our more distributed workforce and how we'll go forward. There is one other aspect which we've not picked up on, which is a very important one in distributed workers now, and the ability for organizations to better impact not just their internal community, but the external community to the organization, to where their people are based or where they operate, where their factories might be, and so on, to actually have a more positive impact on society around community and socializing the external community too. So we can do those things that many are now calling for in this decade ahead, which is purpose-driven leadership and purpose-driven organizations. With more dispersed people and distributed workforce, we've got a much greater opportunity to actually contribute to the local community, maybe in small ways to start with, but we can do it, we can contribute it. So we can not only impact the internal community, we can actually now start to look at the external community. So this, for me, offers a massive opportunity in the new distributed workforce, whether permanent or independent, to really reimagine how we operate our organizations, how we build our teams, whether permanent and independent, and how we impact the communities within which we serve.
So Jeremy, you mentioned that you have been in the distributed work arena since quite some time, and there are many professionals who work this way for many years. There were, a great business domain which was called co-working, and that was very popular. In fact, large companies, listed companies on NASDAQ got into this space just before the pandemic. So do you have an opinion on this co-working space arena? What is the future of this business?
Well, as an advocate prior to the pandemic, I had a co-working space, and I preferred that through having my own either small office for myself or small office where some of my collaborators could come in as well, because I just bought into the fact that I loved working around people who weren't necessarily in my industry. I could socialize on a different level with, also get creative with, and get new ideas and be constantly learning from how people were organizing. So I really was thoroughly approving from them. And I put a caveat there. We all know what happened with WeWork and the leadership of WeWork and what was happening there.
I didn't want to mention the name.
I know, but I won't say that, because it still exists, of course, as it is now. But the concept actually is key, and I think it will come back. It will come back. So we're doing that virtually at the moment. We're having virtual sort of co-workers. We might have small collaborative groups working on projects. We might have small teams based in certain regions and countries. And I also think for organizations, it's no bad thing having your people around other people who can add different points of view and ideas. I think the traditional mentality of that for organizations is, oh no, but they're my competitors. They're going to poach my staff. They're going to take these. But I look at it as it's a learning opportunity. It's personal development that you get every day by just being around different people from different industries with a very different point of view from your own, particularly if you've been in the same industry for a long time. So I do believe that many people in the current way of not normalized distributed working, we're all in our homes or in our little spaces. I'm sensing that people are really craving that social touch again. Yes, we acknowledge that we can do things like this online, but as some of the lockdowns have been released and we've started to meet people for coffee again, or got to get back together with people again, we've really enjoyed it. And we are social creatures as human beings. So I think it will come of age again, but I think it will be slightly different to what it was before. It may be reimagined for the post-COVID era, but I think it will be with us for a long time. And let's not forget what I said before. Many of the organizations the big organizations who are now coming out saying, look, we think we can reduce our bricks and mortar footprint by up to 40, even 50%. They're going to have to deal with their people somehow. Some will be home working, but some may be in co-working spaces that they will create relationships with locally, potentially, and give people the opportunity to be more socialized, either with their own colleagues or with other people, which they're realizing now more than ever is really important.
So I think the co-working arena will not go away.
No.
But if somebody can hold on to it, then probably after a couple of years, it will come back again, become a reality of the distributed workforce. So I think we have run out of time today. We had a very interesting discussion. I think there is a lot of ideas and a lot of techniques which people have to learn. And I think you are available to our viewers always, where if they want any help, they plan to transition from brick and mortar setup, from co-working setup to truly virtual space, I think they can reach out to you. And in the end, I would like to just make one comment that you can actually make the perception quite real if you put your Excalibur behind you.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. You certainly can.
And you are in UK, so it is going to be very believable. You have a castle and you guard your castle with your Excalibur.
I know it would suit here, wouldn't it? Because, you know, I think I may have said to you before is that it's interesting because, of course, a lot of my work is over, you know, from India right through to the Pacific. And when some people see me for the first time here, they genuinely do think that I live in a castle. And of course, now I now believe it myself, and I just start with that now. So I'm coming to you from my castle. Next time we meet, I'll see if I can get Excalibur on the back for you, CK. How's that?
Great. So we look forward to your shining night suit also.
Yes, okay, great. That's excellent. Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up next Tuesday. Jeremy, it was always a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technologies. And it is my honor to welcome you all once again on Jeremy Blaine Live. And since the name suggests it's Jeremy Blaine, let me also Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Assimilate Technology.
To boldly go where no man has gone before. And it is not like going to ladies' toilet, it is the final frontier. And the news is our childhood icon, Mr. William Shatner, Captain James D. Kirk, is going to shatter a world record. And to discuss this, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Moon, who will actually throw more light on this event. So let's welcome him. Good morning, Naval. Welcome to the show today. How are you doing?
Oh boy, this takes me back to the 60s and 70s, my childhood, seeing Captain James T. Kirk to boldly go where no one has gone before. Engage, whoop, Mr. Zulu. Do you remember those times, CK? Ah, he's coming back to me as though it was yesterday.
Absolutely. In fact, I used to play characters of Spock, Captain Kirk, and Mr. Zulu. And I used to, get into their character. And, I was in probably 7th or 8th class or maybe 6th. I don't know. But we used to get this old series in India on the TV. And I used to be glued every Sunday morning, 10 a.m. And I used to wait for the whole, for this episode the whole week. And I used to watch it. I think it was mesmerizing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. Good job it wasn't put out at 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning where I was, because I'd have been in church and I'd have missed it. So, but it tended to be in the evenings. But boy, what an eye opener for what space was all about. And the interesting thing was, we also had something called Thunderbirds on the other side, the marionettes, if you remember. And the contrast between the two was absolutely amazing. And yet the techniques that they probably had at the time were very, very similar. But of course, Star Trek, or being a Trekkie, were real people. And I loved, all of the glamour, the glitz, the American style that it brought to the TV. And I imagine myself in those sets. I mean, we've all done it in the park or in the playground, and we've got our stun guns out, either real or imaginary, and we've stunned somebody. Beam me up, Scotty. I can't wait to do that. When are we going to do that? Beam me up, Scotty. Anyway, the reality of life is this man, who is an icon, he was around when you and I were growing up. And we thought he was Mr. Space, frankly, Mr. Universe as such. And he's now going into space at the ripe old age of 90 years old. And that's the thing that sort of gets me. And this is, it's clearly a bit of a publicity stunt from Jeff Bezos to get people interested. But, whatever. I mean, the fact that this guy's going up there for the first time in his life, this is a childhood dream for him, and yet he's been on so many space missions every week at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning. CK, he was going to some planet or some universe, or going through a black hole, or coming through the other side of a black hole. So yeah, it's exciting. It really is exciting, because he's now taking that one giant leap for mankind, as we heard all those years ago. So what do you think, CK? What's in it for him as a person?
Well, I think he's heading back to the Andromeda quadrant, and most of the action in his life was happening around the Andromeda quadrant. So I think he's going back there, and he's already 90 years. He's an inspiration to billions of people on Earth. He has been, this series has been inspiration to lot of development, lot of research and development, acceptance of mobile phones and self-opening doors. There are so many numerous inventions which are attributed to this series, and we were all such a big fan, me and my sister, during that time when the Star Trek used to get telecasted on the TV, Indian televisions. It used to be black and white. I think it had a very dull color, but it was very, very inspiring. So I think he has been a hero, and because we were small kids, that has left a lasting impression on our minds, and we still feel he is a hero. He is heading towards the space in October, I think in 2 weeks from now, and so he's doing what heroes do. He's going up there, proving to the world that even at 90, you can go to the space. So this is what I feel, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, I mean, you're a little bit behind the time because they should have taken off yesterday, but there were too many high winds. So they're actually going to take off today. So you can probably see it online. I'm sure it's going to be, broadcasted everywhere because, again, as we said, CK, this guy's an icon. He brought space to life for so many young people. But the thing is, he's 90 years old. Just imagine, what it would feel. I mean, he's almost 30 years older than me, frankly, and I think about all the pressure and the pain that you'll have to go through just to do this little up and down, because that's all he's going to do. He's going to go up there and stay around for about maybe an hour, and then he's going to come back down again, just like they did before. Part of the Blue Origin Company program. And it's interesting. It's called the New Shepard spacecraft, but it's not spelt shepherd with an H, as in being a shepherd in the field with the sheep. It's just New Shepard. But I think what was interesting to me was when he was interviewed, he said the first thing he said was the most difficult thing about going into space will be getting out. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I can't help but laugh. Getting out the seat of the spacecraft. This guy's got lots of arthritis, and he obviously struggles with that. And he said the first bit will be going into space will be literally unbuckling the seatbelt and getting out of the seat, because he knows that standing up for any seat is hard work for him. It's painful. He's got a particular type of arthritis, which is pretty painful. But I thought that brought it all back down to earth as to what this really is going to mean. And of course, when he's weightless, he won't feel any pain because he's not, the joints are not moving in the same way, and gravity's not putting 9.8 meters per second on his body. But he also gave the usual emotions of everybody. Now, remember, we know this guy as doing thousands of missions, traveling millions of miles in space, but it was all imaginary. Now reality's hit. And he said he was terrified of going out there, but he felt comfortable that he was uncomfortable. But he knows it's safe. He knows he wouldn't be put at risk. He knows it will be safe. And I'm sure, even though they've only had a few days training, the training's been enough to say that the doctors have given their okay. The last thing that they can risk is someone having a medical emergency in space when all of this is going on. But in his little interviews, he also said, it's looking at the vastness of the universe, looking back down on Earth. Of course, we think he's done this many, many times before, but he hasn't. He's only seen it as we've seen it when we've seen pictures from the space station or a little movie that the space station has given. But now this time, he's going to do it for real. I can't imagine how You know, when he was that young age, probably in his sort of mid-20s, when he first put on that Star Trek shirt and did the very first episode, that he would actually get to do his childhood dream, and that's go into space. And of course, at 90 years old, there's hope for me and you yet, CK.
Well, Neville, I think there is a very, very loyal viewer for our channel, Mr. Syed Hussain. He has given an observation, rather a comment, and which is that this also involves overcoming problems. So, Syed, so thank you of you to, watch our channel, and you always engage with us. So, thank you so much for your comment. Well, I think Neville, as I said, he has been inspiration for billions of people, especially mine. And I used to always set my, gun to stun when I was child, setting to stun, and then I used to stun my my friends with that imaginary laser beam. So I think it is very exciting. I'll be watching what goes on there. He's pretty old, and I think he's a deserving candidate to go to space, if not anybody else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If anyone deserves to go, it's him. He brought so much joy to a lot of people on the TV, and as did all the team. You know, Spock, as I could never pronounce at the time, and Scotty and Bones. You know, these were icons, household names, as kids will know today. They have Marvel and Universe. Well, I'm afraid, children, I have to let you into a secret. We had the real thing. These guys only came out of good old being a Star Trekker. Of course, the other thing is, I wonder how Sheldon's feeling about this, because part of the whole one of the programs that's pretty live on TV at the moment over here is The Big Bang Theory. And part of the program is dedicated to Bill Shatner. So I just wonder how they're feeling. Of course, remember, Sheldon is just an imaginary character. He's an actor. All of these guys are actors. But I wonder if they'll bring back the series with a special mention of this particular event. It's got to be done, hasn't it? I mean, it's been written for them. Come on, you script writers, get out there. Pen some new episodes, because we're all waiting for it.
Well, Neville, I think you're absolutely right. He is the deserving candidate, and he is going to still inspire so many thousands of people who will be watching William Shatner real voyage to the space. And to all my friends who are in their 20s and below 20s, I like to say that, the villains of Star Trek can eat the villains of Star Wars alive. They are so mean and, disgusting. And this William Shatner, this character, has fought all of them and defeated them. And he is now heading towards the Andromeda quadrant, where no man has gone till now. So I think it's fun. We will be glued to the screen, Neville, and we'll circle back on the story after the successful touchdown in a couple of days. So thank you so much for joining us today morning and talking about this interesting news, Neville.
My pleasure, CK. And the interesting thing is, I'm sure Jean-Luc Picard, the current day or retired, I suppose, the next generation Star Trekker, will be saying, "Make it so." That was a terrible accent, but a very famous English actor. Make it so. Anyway, I'm sure that Bezos will make it so, and I can't wait for William Shatner to go up. Hopefully later today, when the winds have died down. Safety is absolutely paramount, as we would all expect in this particular arena. And I hope he goes up and down in a very safe way. And comes back, I just want to hear his first words. I really just want to hear his first words. Not when he's up there, but actually when he gets back to Earth. Because I think we'll be in for a surprise.
Yes, Neville. So we will catch up on this story again, maybe tomorrow, maybe day after. And I like to say goodbye. And you can make that gesture. I can't. So why don't you make it for the viewers before we go? Awesome. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we will discuss about something which might be affecting some of us, and that is the credit card bills. And this is happening because of the economy not doing too well during pandemic, and the small scale industry is specifically hit by this cash flow issue, and some of us may be missing out the bill cycle simply because we don't have cash to pay. And because of this issue, the some of us are also getting these unwarranted calls from the credit card companies, and also unpleasant visits and conversation happening with the representative of these credit card companies. So today's discussion is about what are the legal remedies available to us to protect ourselves, and how do we get out of this debt trap. So we will start our discussion, but before that, there is a giveaway in our program today. We will learn more about it in a bit. Akul Mac works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akul Mac Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, let me introduce our guest today. He is joining us from Ahmedabad. His name is Mr. Jeet Bhatt, and he is a practicing lawyer at the Ahmedabad High Court. Welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And looking forward for this discussion today.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, what we want to discuss is about the credit card problems that people might be facing because of the cash flow issues. They might have missed paying their credit card bills. And some of us may be having an issue directly with no money at all. So they are unable to pay the credit card bill. So I think that is where we are today with regard to economy. And from the legal standpoint, your inputs would be very, very valuable for our viewers.
Yes, Chandrakant, in today's situation, yes, people are suffering financial crisis. But basically, to just brief you about what this credit card is, actually, it's just a plastic card, right? We use it for day-to-day purpose, and we use it for a lot of online as well as offline purchases. And it has become a part of a cash-free society. So undoubtedly, it's a very, very important service that the banks are providing today. but basically it's a plastic card which gives a free credit during which no interest or financial charges are imposed. So this is what basic in layman definition what a credit card is. And there are two types of credit cards. One is a general purpose which is issued by like Visa and MasterCard, and the other type is a private label card like what we find sometimes in stores like Big Bazaar and West Side, Pantaloons, etc. They have their own plastic cards which they give, where they generate points on every purchase and we can have discounts. So, but what is being used is the general purpose the Visa or Mastercard, which people these days face a lot of problems. But just to give you a brief introduction, how this credit card system works is that there are five agencies involved, which otherwise we are not able to understand or see each other. Because in online transaction, you from your residence by a click of in your mobile, by putting the details of your credit card, purchase or place an order for purchase of some items from a store which is thousands of kilometers away from you, and that money, though it goes to first is received by the intermediaries like Amazon or say Flipkart or from wherever the purchase is made, and then that money is transferred to the seller who dispatches the item that you purchased to your residence and you receive it. But the agencies which are involved is first the credit card holder, then is the credit card issuer, that is the bank, then the merchant like Amazon, Flipkart, and there are further merchants from whom Amazon, Flipkart places this order and they dispatch it to you. Then there are merchant acquirers like the banks and NBFC, which agree to process this credit card transaction. And ultimately, there are credit card associations like this Visa and Mastercard, which provide for settlement service for the members, card issuers, and the merchant acquirers. So much of transaction happens which we don't realize when we just click the purchase button. But this entire things are governed by legal documents, contracts, agreements, and these are several agreements or contracts which happen between the card holder and the credit card association and all the intermediaries which are involved. So once the purchase order is made, the amount is already sent, but you have not paid. So you have to pay it in your billing cycle, which the bank gives for 30 days or 45 days. But the transactions have already happened, the money has already reached, and you have already purchased, the item is also received by you. So basically, these type of dues are termed as personal loans by the bank. And for personal loans, the interest rates are very high if there is a default. And what these banks charge an interest rate is of 3% to 4% per month on delayed payment of credit cards. So the interest rate per annum would be around 40 to 44%, which is extremely high with regards to other loans when we avail other financial loans. So, in fact, credit card dues should be paid first. In fact, that is what I would suggest, rather than not making payment of these, because otherwise, loan moratorium and other facilities the government have introduced in this pandemic, where they are deferring the payment of installments or EMIs, and also some benefit on interest. But with respect to credit card dues, there is no such benefit which is given. And banks also once or twice they waive the interest and late fee charges, but that also if the entire payment is made at once. Otherwise, the banks also keep on charging this heavy interest, and it gets on accumulated. And what happens is the banks also put these dues on CIBIL. So that is Credit Information Bureau of India Limited, through that database. And therefore, the credit score of the person also reduces, so he can have problems in future in getting loans. Also, the customers can be blacklisted or blacklisted in that database, which will be reflected in all the banks. So, but that, of course, when the dues are not paid for around, say, 6 months or 1 year. Also, with respect to how the recovery should be made by the banks, the Reserve Bank of India has issued some master circulars, which places certain obligations on the bank in order to ensure that the recovery agents do not use force or do not use any abusive language or any malpractice with regards to recovery, because recovery also has to be done in legal manner, and therefore the legal provisions are also there in favor of the bank. And there is an act of 2007, which is known as the Payment and Settlement Systems Act 2007, which has an provision for settlement of disputes. So in this case, if there is if the bank has uh, the facility of auto payment at the end of month, and that has been activated by the customer, and on that day of payment, if the funds are insufficient in the bank and the payment is not done, then the bank is entitled to initiate proceedings under the Payment and Settlement Systems Act of 2007. And these proceedings are similar to the proceedings of Negotiable Instrument Act for the check bounce cases, what is also known as check bounce cases, where the check is returned due to insufficiency of fund. The only requirement is that the bank initially has to issue a notice demanding the amount within 30 days from the return of the amount. And if within 15 days, if the customer is unable to pay the entire amount, then the bank is entitled to initiate proceedings, and these proceedings are criminal in nature. The offense, it is an offense, and the punishment is maximum prescribed under the act is of 2 years, and also twice the amount of fine which has been dishonored by the customer. So this system is in place. Also, there is a provision which prescribes that there is a presumption in favor of the bank, that if the amount has been raised by the bank and if it has not been paid, then the amount was due to the bank. So you cannot even put a defense that I am not entitled to pay this amount. There is a presumption, unless the bank has falsely charged, or if there is a dispute with the merchant, then certainly you can take that defense. But if you've received the goods and you've taken the credit from the bank, then you would be entitled to pay, and it's an offense. So it would not be advisable not to pay the amount. Only thing is, you can settle with the bank, and sometimes they offer some settlement schemes where they waive interest and penal charges, but mostly they charge the entire amount which is due. So this is how the system is in place. Also, the banks are entitled to file recovery suits, summary suits for claim of their amount. And if you've used it, then there is a very little defense that you can put in law, unless there has been unauthorized transfer, or there has been a fraud where you are not responsible. That is also important, because there are master circulars framed by the RBI, which says that if you have not defaulted, or if you have not been negligent, and there has been a fraud, then you would not be entitled. The customer would not be entitled. But the also a condition is that you have to immediately inform the bank. If you do not inform the bank immediately, and if you wait for 4 to 5 days, then that liability which is upon the bank will be shifted on you. So that also the customers have to be very careful.
Jay, thank you very much
So
for
this is the legal
explaining.
mechanism prescribed. So I would not advise. Yes, thank you.
So for explaining this in greater detail, however, I have few questions. I will come one by one. One of the question is that the consumer faces is the representative of the banks. They come and they bully the customers. So if that situation happens, what is the remedy available for the consumer of the credit card to protect themselves from this bully, that the people who are not aware of the law, they come and bully these people?
Yes, so there are RBI circulars, as I said, which provide for fair practice code for credit card operations, which has been framed by the RBI in 2016. So there, the 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 responsibility is on the bank to ensure that no such bully or abuse or foul language is used, or any coercive methods are used by recovery agents. The recovery agents are also representative of the bank. So in case if such incidents happen, the customers can complain to the bank or the banking ombudsman, and certain necessary actions can be taken against the recovery staff as well as against the bank. So certainly those complaints can be made to the bank itself, and the bank will also take care. Otherwise, if the bank does not take care of the grievance, then it can be escalated to a higher authority or also to the banking ombudsman, so which will also deal with the issue. But banks are not entitled to use any coercive method. That is for sure. That is what is laid down by the RBI.
Fair enough. So I think that's a good information for the viewers. The second question that I have is, as you have already explained, that the best thing to do is to go back to the bank and negotiate and tell them your cash crunch that you may be facing right now, and negotiate some sort of a moratorium directly from the bank. However, there could be some instance where people have totally gone bankrupt. They have no cash left. In fact, no properties, everything lost basically. Whatever they had has been invested and suffered major losses in business, and they will not have money to repay the credit card bills. So, in such situation, what is the remedy for them?
Yes. So first, as you said, that they can approach the bank. The banks also sometimes the banks do provide for EMI facility. They can convert it into a monthly installment, but then the interest rates are very high. But if a person has no money and no property to pay and has become insolvent, then the last option for him would be to approach the NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal, under the Indian Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code of 2016, and for the proceedings of being declared as insolvent. So then all his debts can be wiped off, and if he has any property, that can be sold and the amount can be distributed amongst the creditors.
Okay, so I think that is one solution, that in case you have no source of income and you don't have anything left with you to repay your debt, you can actually declare yourself bankrupt, and then the bank will not harass you, I think, because you have nothing anyway to recover. So I think
That should be the last option. Yes, if there's nothing left. Yes.
I think you have given a lot of good information for the viewers. I'm sure there may be issues like this which may be cropping up today, when now the second lockdown is overlooking us. It's just hanging over many of us, at least in India. It has already happened in Europe. They are already under lockdown for a couple of months, which is the second lockdown. So when the second wave is now hitting us, I think we are staring at economic meltdown, and I think this information that you have given us is going to help our viewers to plan things out. Jeet, thank you very much for finding time and discussing this very, very critical subject from legal standpoint. We will catch up again in the next legal matters. Until then, I like to say goodbye to you.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Chandrakant, and today we have a very interesting case to discuss in legal matters, and that is the recent case of Aryan Khan getting arrested by NCB. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad. He's a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Let's welcome Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Hello, Jeet. How are you doing today? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And it's my honor to be here on legal matters, on discussing various important legal topics. Thank you for having me.
Yes, most welcome, Jeet. In fact, viewers, we are live right now across all social media platforms. So if you have any question or observation during the show, you can actually ask questions from us and from our guest related to this particular subject matter. So without further ado, Jeet, Aryan Khan arrest has gathered a lot of media attention and also political attention. And so before we proceed further, I start giving my opinion. I think it is appropriate you being a lawyer gives the opinion what really transpired, on what grounds Aryan Khan has been arrested, and why he has not been given bail. I think these are very important questions that you can answer. Over to you, Jeet.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right. It has gathered a lot of media attention. And for a matter of fact, that he is the son of Shah Rukh Khan. Obviously, it is going to gather a lot of media attention. And so it's very interesting how this came into light, because on 2nd of October 2021, Cordelia cruise, which was on Mumbai coast, wherein a rave party was organized, and where Aryan Khan was also invited with his friends. And the NCB got a tip off, that is the Narcotic Controls Bureau, got a tip off that there is a rave party and drugs are going to be consumed in that party. And therefore, they disguised themselves as guests and entered into this cruise ship. And thereafter, in front of NCB, this rave party was going on, where they busted this party, and they also got to know that drugs were being consumed by these guests who were invited, amongst whom was also Aryan Khan, the son of Shah Rukh Khan. And they arrested and seized the material, the contraband that was involved in the rave party. And that is how the name of Shah Rukh Khan's son got involved into this NCB case, which is registered. And he was arrested on 2nd of October when this rave party was busted by the NCB, Narcotic Controls of Bureau, which found the contraband drugs in the cruise ship. So that is how it came into light, and it has been out of proportion what we are seeing in news channels every day. So that is how it got busted.
Yes, Jeet, in fact, it is quite interesting that there is so much of support for Aryan Khan, and people want him to get out, even if there was a normal person not related to any superstar, he would have relinquished without any pity on him for years together if they are caught with even 1 gram of a contraband substance with them. So I think it is for you to clarify why it is important. In fact, we have already in our previous shows, we have covered the legal aspects around this. But I think since this is a fresh case, you can throw some light on why Aryan Khan is not getting bail. Over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, as you rightly mentioned, we have discussed NDPS Act in our previous legal matters shows. And I think it was during the first lectures which we started on legal matters, that we had discussed this NDPS, and it's been a year. So it's almost a year that we have been discussing on a lot of legal subjects. And we started with NDPS when Riya Chakravarti and Sushant Singh case was being highlighted on media. And now again, we are back to the same act, that is the NDPS Act, discussing on another personality, that is Aryan Khan, son of Shah Rukh Khan. So what has happened is, yes, you are right. If it would have been any other person, he would have already been out on bail. Because if the quantity that you see, which is being discussed on media, if that was found, if even assuming, because Aryan Khan says that he was not found in possession of any contraband, whereas his friend, that is Mr. Merchant, was found with having 5 to 6 grams of charas, and that does not come within the quantity of commercial quantity under the NDPS Act. And if it is not commercial quantity, then obviously the non-bailable offenses don't get attracted. and it would amount to a bailable offense where Aryan Khan and his friends would have been out on bail already. But but a matter of fact that why this is being investigated is because the NCB is claiming that there is an international racket and some WhatsApp chats which have been recovered, and also for a matter of fact that they have busted this rave party where a lot of big personalities, children are involved, that they want to investigate, and they sought for the custody of Aryan Khan along with other members of the party, claiming that they want to investigate in order to find out material against them so that a watertight case can be investigated. And they say that they have found some chats which link Aryan Khan and also his friends to international racket, where they say that there have been material found on their WhatsApp chat history that link them to other persons who are involved in international racketing. And there are chats of various natures. But so that is why this case has been investigated, and the custody of Aryan Khan was handed over to the NCB for a period of initially for a period of 7 days, and then his bail application was heard, and now his bail application has already been heard, and it has been kept for orders on 20th of October, wherein most likely his bail application is going to be decided whether he is going to be granted bail or not. So that is how his case has landed up initially for custody, and thereafter his bail application is heard. But you are right. If any other person would have been involved, he would have already been out on bail, because the quantity is not commercial. It is in at best a personal consumption, which would amount to a bailable offense, and he would have been out on bail.
Keith, you mentioned about WhatsApp chats, and usually people discuss a lot of personal matters on WhatsApp chats with friends and family. And if the WhatsApp chats are being used as evidence, what is what is the privacy? I mean, is there a infringement of privacy of people? Because in this case, given the fact that he could be discussing some deals on WhatsApp, but uh, is it coming under the legal preview of as an evidence into such matters?
Yes, Chandrakant. So you are raising some very important questions about the constitutional as well as criminal law, because the Constitution provides for fundamental rights wherein every accused is entitled to have a right to remain silent and to not implicate himself, because he cannot be a witness in his own case. That is a most important fundamental right that the Constitution provides to every citizen of this country. And therefore, if a WhatsApp chat from a mobile phone recovered from the accused is used as an evidence against himself, would violate his constitutional right of the protection that the Constitution prescribes under Article 20, Clause 3, that is not to be used as a witness in his own case. So here what the prosecution that the NCB is trying to do is to use the WhatsApp chats as a evidence which is procured from the mobile phone of the accused himself. So in my understanding of the Constitution, and if you see, the same provision also applies in American Constitution, which also prescribes for a similar right under the Fourth Amendment to the American Constitution, which also prescribes that an accused cannot be compelled to be a witness in his own case. And without proper search warrant, the evidence used from his own premises cannot be used against him. And the evidence, if at all is used, would be inadmissible in evidence. The same principle should also be applied in Indian context now, when the Supreme Court has rightly held the right to privacy to be a part of fundamental right of every citizen of this country. So therefore, applying the same principle, and there are case laws in American jurisprudence, where the Supreme Court of the USA has held that the evidence procured from the mobile phone of the accused cannot be used in evidence. It is the same principle based on the same fundamental right that the American citizens have in the context of same fundamental right that Article 20, Clause 3 provides to Indian citizens. The WhatsApp chat, if it all is being used against the accused, it cannot be permitted to be admissible in evidence, irrespective of what they say. Because though what was argued in his case by senior advocate Mr. Desai was that the lingo used by the youngsters in this case is being misunderstood. So I don't know what exactly the terminology was used. But if I take the legal principle that whether at all whatever lingo may have been used can be taken as admissible evidence, then the principle of Article 20, Clause 3, reading with the interpretation given by the US Constitution, cannot make it an admissible evidence in court of law. So that because it violates the right to privacy and it also violates the fundamental right to remain silent and not to uh, uh, use the compel a witness to be a witness in his own case. So therefore, these two principles applying in Indian context also would render the evidence inadmissible. So that is what the point that I'm trying to make is that this is a violation of right to privacy.
Well, I think this is the legal standpoint. However, the under trial is still behind bars, has been sent to custody, and at the same time, uh, where in a country where the bail is a norm and jail is the exception, what is your opinion on what is going on? There is something which is not being reported, and therefore bail has not been granted? There is something more that meets the eye. What could be going wrong? Because I think the courts cannot go wrong on this because they also know the law. So, from your point of view, what could be going wrong in this case?
Well, yes, you are right. So basic norm is bail as a rule and jail as an exception, and that is what the Supreme Court has held is since long in a number of matters. But there are some exceptions with regards to some special enactments, like the NDPS Act, which does not have a provision of anticipatory bail, and also which has stringent provisions. So, considering the acts which have been invoked in the present case and what the NCB is arguing, that Section 27 applies, which is a non-bailable offense, though it's a non-bailable in the sense that the police cannot grant them bail. Otherwise, with the quantity of the drugs which are even assumed has been consumed, that is 5 to 6 grams of charas, would amount to personal consumption and would be a bailable offense under the NDPS Act. But Section 27, if is invoked, amounts to conspiracy, which would render it an non-bailable offense. But the fact that these considering the facts which are brought in the public notice, this doesn't seem to be a conspiracy of any sorts because he was invited in the cruise ship to be a part of the member of the party that was going on. And if he was a part of party and assuming that some drugs were being consumed, he would not be an accomplice to the conspiracy that what is trying to be uh, brought in force by the prosecution, that is the NCB, because being a part of conspiracy is being a part of a crime, and there has to be involved a meeting of minds, and that the prosecution has to prove that there was meeting of minds in order to commit a crime. That doesn't seem to be so, because there's a saying in law that men would always lie, but circumstances do not lie. And in this case, it doesn't appear that the circumstances show that he was a part of conspiracy. And therefore, Section 27, though the prosecution is trying hard to invoke, but what it appears is that Section 27 would not apply. And therefore, he should be enlarged on bail, and he's already been in custody for around 10 days or more than 10 days. And on 20th, his bail application is going to be decided. But certainly, because of the provisions of NDPS Act being such a serious offense and Section 27 rendering it a non-bailable offense, this matter is stretched to such a point that he had to remain in judicial custody for a period of 10 days or more. So that is how the prosecution or the NCP is trying their best to earth out an international racket. So certainly, I must say that they have done a wonderful job in order to, because this is a menace in the society. drugs should not be used, especially by the young generation of this country. And person like Aryan Khan, who are son of a celebrity like Shah Rukh Khan, obviously most must stay away from drugs and must not even remotely be associated with drugs. So therefore, in case if they worked out such a rave party, NCB has certainly done a wonderful job in coming out with this prosecution case. But in order to find out an international racket or a conspiracy, I think they are stretching it much more than what it appears to be.
Before I move on to my last question, there is a question from a viewer, and the viewer name is Edified Learning. Viewer has joined in from YouTube, and this viewer is asking, what do you think the fate of Aryan Khan will plea, and what will be the implication? Essentially, this viewer is asking whether he'll be released the merit or he'll go to jail on 20th. What is your opinion?
It's always difficult to judge or predict the outcome of an application of bail. But considering the facts which are available on the media, I think he will be granted bail because he's a young 22, 23-year-old celebrity son. And considering the amount of drugs which was consumed by him, and considering that he is not a part of any international racket in order to sell commercial quantity of drug, I think he should be granted bail because he's already learned his lesson. And otherwise also there is a provision in NDPS that if you are found with possession of drug which is for personal consumption, and even if you admit that you consumed it for your personal for your own self, then the offense can be commuted and you can be released. You can be discharged of the entire criminal trial. So considering these aspects of NDPS Act, I think he should be granted bail. And the implications, of course, uh, uh, are harsh because a 23-year-old celebrity's son had to remain in judicial and police custody for a period of around 13 to 14 days. Obviously, it's going to have some impact. But the good point that one must take from this is that the police is not going to get anyone scot-free of an offense of under the NDPS Act. And therefore, nobody should consume drugs. And that message must go to the society loud and clear. Irrespective of who you are, whose son you are, the NDPS and the NCB is not going to let you scot-free. So that message is very important for the society.
Absolutely, I think this message is very important, and I think this brings me to the last question. And I know this is outside your your knowledge base, but let me ask you as a citizen, since you're also a citizen, and you can respond what you feel about this last question. And this is about the politics around it. That is the political parties are going out of the way and releasing the uh, addresses and proofs of witnesses to through Twitter and through social media platform. Is it right? And if it is not right, what should be done to prevent such a thing? Because witnesses now living in threat of for their life because of this drugs and high profile people involved in this. What is your opinion on my last question?
Uh, yes, Chandrakant. In fact, you are raising very important questions with regards to also media trial and the fact that the matter is sub judice, the matter is under investigation. Also, one must not forget, and every citizen must know this, that every accused, that's a principle, that's a cardinal law of criminal justice system in this country, that every accused is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. And this, not just the court, it is not just for the courts and the lawyers. It is for every citizen to remember that one must not jump to conclusion that a person must have committed an offense only because he is charged of that offense. It is for the prosecution to prove, and till then, every citizen is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty by our legal system. So therefore, don't jump to conclusion. The politicians also, any comment being made which affects the trial should be of course averted and not be used or misdirected. And also, media trial should not run to such a nature that they must convict him or they must hold him guilty before even the prosecution has tried to prove its case. So this is very important. They must not come out with the names of witnesses because it would obviously hamper the investigation and also the trial. And therefore, such comments should not be used in public platforms.
I think we had a very fruitful discussion today, and our viewers would have learned lot of things about this particular case. This is in clearing eyes of everyone because of the media involvement in this case. So, thank you so much for giving your inputs today. And viewers, I'd like to thank you also for engaging with us, and please keep sending your messages, and we feel very proud that you are watching us and you are engaging with us. So, Jeet, thank you so much, and we will catch up next week, same time, in the legal matters.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show.
Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. There has been a lot of innovation in the edtech area, and some says that the edtech will completely replace the way we do education. To analyze this point further, I will be joined by a very eminent speaker from Singapore. Her name is Farida Chorania, and she is the CEO of Career Zoom. So, friends, let's welcome her. Good morning, Farida. Welcome to the show. How are you this morning?
Well, excellent. It's afternoon for us and it's been a very sunny day. So that's amazing. I'm very well, thank you. Hope you're doing well as well. And so I do hope our viewers are doing well as well.
Yes, Farida, thank you for asking. In fact, we are live right now, and viewers, if you have any question or comment, you can use the chat function of the social media, whichever social media you're watching this program, and we will display your name and question right away on the screen. So, Farida, I think the topic of today's discussion is about EdTech. I think we would like to know from your experience, where do you see our education system going globally?
It's a very vast topic, and the whole journey from classroom-based learning to online learning, the whole digitization has happened very, very quickly, not by design but by compulsion because of this whole pandemic situation. While there are different schools of thoughts, and there are different opinions on this, I do feel that edtech is very, very prominent because it will give opportunities to people who didn't have this opportunity earlier to actually kind of engage in upgrading their skills and educating themselves. However, it will not completely replace classroom learning because social cues, the ability to interact, the ability to kind of, understand working in a team, etc. At least in my opinion, it's not very easy to replicate that on, online resources. So I think uh, the model will evolve, which will be hybrid, and more learning could be, pushed to online, but still classroom learning will not be replaced. At least I don't see it getting replaced very quickly in the next 10-15 years.
Well, Farida, from your point of view, what are the new developments which are happening in the edtech space in order to make the experience of online component of the education system much more pleasing for the student? Would you like to talk about a little bit on this aspect?
Yes, certainly. So, as you know, and some of our viewers probably know as well, that I have a young child because I often talk about her. She's 8 now, and we live in Singapore, and the entire education system has been so there is actually an alternate education system which is available online, because the schools actually, close and open depending on how the pandemic is shaping up. So what they have done is that they have created HBL portal, which is called SLS. It's home-based learning portal, and the entire experience is, actually being in a virtual school. So you can go to different classrooms. You actually kind of, go to the library. You actually do your CCA, which is your sports activities, because there are videos and you follow the exercise, etc. So in some countries, it is actually, kind of being developed in a way that at any stage, it could be, either could be used, classroom-based learning or, home-based learning. So I think in a lot of countries, this model has evolved very well. And that, kind of opens up a lot of other doors. I'm a business person, so I think, top line, bottom line, and I start thinking where, all these differences are happening. For instance, online imparting of education is a lot cheaper because, your cost of books, etc., goes down, cost of printing goes down, your entire real estate cost actually goes down. But it's been my personal experience where I have seen that children in this entire time, they have become extremely screen dependent. A lot of them have had their, myopia really badly impacted. I never used to see so many children with glasses, but now you do see them because one is lack of sunlight and they are always on the screen. So you see that that is the downside. Children are putting on weight. I had never seen such round children in my entire life. But this entire 2 years, because the eating habits have changed, there are a lot of repercussions. But the good part is that in places where they did not have access to education that easily, now can be imparted. So I think this is evolution for good. There will be some downside like anything we use. So, because we will become more self-centric, we will, as an individual, when these children grow in this kind of hybrid environments, they may not make traditional choices in their careers, because now they know that they have a lot of options. You don't really need to go to an office to make money because you can do it. So a lot of good things will also come out of this, but the downsides are also, something that we need to consider. So while, I don't know if this happens or not, but my expectation at least is that, we should, as a society, as a global population, we should look at something which, encourages hybrid models, because either is not fantastic, but a good mix of classroom based engagement and online learning is fantastic. And also, online learning gives opportunities to adults, because a lot of these courses are asynchronous. That means you can actually do them at your own time. You complete your assignments at your own time. So working adults can actually, just educate themselves, enhance their skills. So edtech definitely is disrupting the industry. Real estate costs are very high, which gets passed on to the students. So if that is not there, the infrastructure cost to set up an online education system is definitely lower. And once you have set it up, there is only maintenance cost and upgradation cost. So that way, it's very good. But personally, if you ask me, I do see the downsides very closely, and I do hope that we will evolve into a hybrid model going forward.
Farida, I think as you rightly pointed out, that the students are having a lot of screen time and they are used to using the the systems which are currently available. And like any other field, there is a lot of advancement in AI, for example, taxation, office automation, etc. So, do you see a role of AI emerging in making sure that the experience of the students is not merely limited to screen, but a virtual augmented reality environment in education?
Yes, I do think that education is evolving much faster in the last couple of years than it ever evolved in the last 200 years. So yes, so right now probably the focus is on just making sure that you are imparting the education as per the times and as per the age and the learning capacity of that individual. But slowly things like gamification, etc., will come in, and there are a lot of companies which are already kind of taking steps in these directions. Some of them will become unicorns. Like nobody thought Uber will become a unicorn. Nobody thought borrowed cars without any infrastructure a company could actually become that big. And same thing will happen in education as well, because the entire experience of the student is going to change. It may not merely be limited to screens. It could be it could be a virtual reality glasses, it could be anything. You don't know, because what seems very unlikely today might be a reality tomorrow. 20 years back we didn't think actually we would be using our phones as our personal entertainment systems. We just thought it's a phone, but today it's no longer just a phone, it's your bank, it's everything. So what seemed unlikely in the past is very much happening today. Nobody ever thought that maybe uh, digital currency would replace actual money, but in some countries it's actually replaced it completely. Like China, if you don't have digital currency, you can't make a transaction. So it will all happen, but we don't know how long it takes. It might take much lesser. So I think to enhance the experience of the students, taking this education right from very young kids to adults who are going to adult learning, etc. This experience will be augmented. The AI will come into picture, and AI is coming into picture everywhere. AI is not here to replace humans, like I always say, it's here to augment their experience. And that is going to happen. It might actually kind of, even AI might come into things like examinations, because in a virtual environment, it's very difficult to figure out if someone is, not really kind of being honest with the examinations. And AI can actually, kind of come into picture there. So all of these things are possible, but only time will tell how they are going to evolve.
And you mentioned a very important point about the evolution of education. And I think while there is a lot of screen time for the students who are studying in an online manner, however, I don't see any evolution over there, because they are still following the classroom pattern. They are still using the textbook, and the only difference is that instead of sitting in the classroom, the teacher is standing in front of a camera. However, why this evolution is not taking place, I firmly believe is related to regulation. So I think that the governments of various countries also need to come out with regulation. What is your opinion on this point? Do you see, or do you have a message to various governments in this area?
Yes, certainly. So the thing is that, like I mentioned earlier, in Singapore, it's very structured. Actually, Zoom classes are not very common here in Singapore, because the entire experience is like a school setup online. So, children actually, and all these lessons are pre-recorded, and, children actually take these lessons. So it really depends where you are. Now, in large countries, it's very difficult one to, kind of align regulations, because if you consider a country like India, it's very vast. Not everyone has access to fantastic bandwidths. Not everyone has access to, say, laptops, because a lot of them, and I know of cases where, children are studying through the phone when the schools are closed. So not everyone has access to those kind of screens. Again, languages. In India, not all education is imparted in English. It is, imparted in so many languages. So those kind of, geographies, if you look at, say, India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, or, even for instance, you say Indonesia. So these countries, the regulations are very difficult to set in, but they would come in because there is, you sooner or later you have to join the bandwagon. It's like, whole digitization pace. Like, for instance, in Africa, the entire digitization happened not because they are very forward. It happened because they don't have infrastructure. And it's a lot easier to set up digital infrastructure than to actually do brick and mortar. So, it was much easier. And that whole, pivot happened because of that. Now, various governments, I'm sure, are, kind of working towards this and there. But I think what would really help is if there is a central body globally which is able to guide and give directions. So certain things could be common across all geographies. Because if this is going to be the world tomorrow, then the hybrid models need to be, kind of, they can't be customized. I mean, they can be customized, but they can't be very different from each other globally. Because what will then happen that some countries where it's very fantastically structured will move very much ahead of the other countries where this infrastructure is not available. So there has to be a central body which is able to, govern as to what is the best way to kind of, align this. So I think my message to any government and people who are listening is that we definitely need a global central body, and every country has to pivot. They have to kind of, come out with the ways where the cost can be reduced and more knowledge can be imparted. More students can actually get educated.
Uh, uh, Actually, you mentioned about difficulty in taking out the education system, especially in a country like India, where there are so many languages and so many different types of board systems, etc. So I think the good news is that the Indian government realized there is a need for this, and they actually standardize the NCERT curriculum across the nation, and it is provided online,
Yes.
and it is free. So I think they have taken the first step, but I think subsequently the Indian government has to create a framework to allow innovation in this area. Having made this point, I'd like to ask you that how you yourself in personal capacity or your company Career Zoom is planning, or you have some ideas about reforming the education system, whether in Singapore or any other place?
Sure. So I do work with companies in the edtech space more, as an advisor, as a board member. And one of the things which, again, education is something which is very close to my heart, because I think everyone should, it's a basic thing and everyone should have access to education. So one of the things that, which I kind of aspire to do is with the companies that I work with, that education in terms of, skills upgrading. So, the ability to learn different languages, ability to learn, different coding, etc. All of this should be available to everyone. And that needs to be done, at the top. Can't be a one-person game. It has to be done at the top. It has to come from the top in terms of the availability, innovation in this area. How quickly can you actually, kind of get people onto it? How easy it is for them to understand this mode of, instruction? And more importantly, the governments as well as companies need to recognize these qualifications, because that's still a very large gap. Like, I have an online PhD, but I don't really kind of call myself Dr. Farida Churania, because though, my entire thesis is actually as someone who would, kind of have done with a coach, etc., with a guide and all of that. Honestly speaking, I don't know if it is recognized. So even if I just put it somewhere, there is no recognition for things like that. And of course, I got this PhD a few years ago, but the thing is that even today, if I were to have the same PhD, it might not be recognized. So I think the framework needs to come into spaces where what can be recognized as formal education and what can be recognized as skill upgradation, and all of these certifications need to be recognized. It's not just a piece of paper or just not a digital certificate. So I think the pivot needs to be made there. That is very key. And then, of course, innovation comes in to make it easier to access, easier to understand, and easier to, or rather, enhance the experience of people involved in this. But the first pivot is to really, kind of get to a stage where all of these certifications can be recognized.
Absolutely, Farida ji. In fact, I second you absolutely on these points, and I think you have spoken very well. I'm sure the viewers would have got some idea. This is a very vast subject. It requires more number of sessions. So as the technology evolve, we will keep following this, and we will invite you again in future for more information and ideas from you. So thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you very much. Always excited to have this chat with you, CK, because always, happy to be on your show. And I think we have some great chemistry here where it's not just about discussing, but we do come out with certain things which could be useful for people. So, yeah, I mean, happy to come on your show anytime that you call me. So great. Thank you very much, CK. Absolute pleasure. And thank you, all the viewers. Stay well, stay healthy. And I think a lot of viewers would be actually celebrating Diwali. So, yeah, happy Diwali in advance. Thank you very much. Bye for now.
Thank you, Farida ji, and happy Diwali to you too. And we will catch up in the next one.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Today, we have a very special guest, and she is Professor Amita Sinha. She is a former professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture at the University of Illinois. She also taught in the Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, IIT Kharagpur, and she's also associated with Humanities and Social Science Department at IIT Gandhinagar. She is the author of Landscape in India, Forms, Meaning and Cultural Landscape of India, editor of Landscape Perception and co-editor of Cultural Landscape of South Asia. She is also recipient of Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Award. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to welcome Professor Amita Sinha. Welcome to the show, Mrs. Amita Sinha. How are you today?
I'm very well. Thank you for inviting me.
See, actually, we had been discussing about the art and architecture of Indian temples a couple of days back, and I was so interested to really know about one aspect of temple building, which is mandala, because nowadays everybody wants to learn mandala. But what is behind this concept of architecture when we talk about this mandala? So I would like to ask you, what is the meaning of mandala?
So the mandala literally means a circle. And in the context of architecture, the mandal implies unity and completion and auspiciousness. So the circle, as a figure, as a form, becomes a miniature of the whole universe as the Hindus understood it to be. but we don't live in a circular world or a world dominated by a circle. So the circle has to be squared. And this interplay of the square and the circle is what we see in the mandala forms. And if I go on to the screen, we can see two Thangka paintings, Tibetan Thangka paintings. The one on the left shows the square within the circle. The square brings in directionality. East is a favored direction, and then north, south, and west also acquire values. So in this Thangka painting, you see the Buddhist deities guarding the directions. On the right is the circle within the square, and within the circle is the Sri Chakra yantra. A yantra and mandala are sometimes used interchangeably, but the yantra is more of a symbol of a deity and a meditation device.
So actually, for our viewers, I just want to tell them that mandala is like a floor plan of universe. And when we talk about these mandala pictures, you see, I have many times seen these yantra also there in our a house temple sometime, and we pray. But now at this point of time, I would like to ask you that what is the link between mandala and the Hindu temple?
So the temple is a later development. In the past, in the ancient past, in the Vedic times, the main ritual was of sacrifice, and the sacrifice signified the birth of the cosmos, because something had to be destroyed for something to be created. And these sacrificial altars, the Vedi that you see in this photograph, was the form, a square form, and the dimensions and the proportions are actually codified in the Silva Sutras, which date back to 4th century. So, at some point in time, what happens is that divine is embodied in a deity, in a sculptural deity, and so the temple becomes a house of gods. And the plan for the temple is the Vastu Purush Mandal. Now, the Purush is a kind of esoteric concept. What exactly does that mean? Purush, the human form, but it's really in this case, in the case of Vastu Purush Mandal, it is the spirit of the site. And that spirit of the site can be very malevolent or benevolent, we don't know. It's kind of it's a lower spirit, so to speak. And so that spirit has to be subdued, and the higher gods have to be invited and they to make their home. So that is how the mandal becomes a house of the gods. And in this in this Vastu Purush mandal diagram, you see that Purush, the spirit of the site, is fitted within the square. East is, of course, a favored direction for the temples, and the temples began to be planned on an elaborate grid, a mandala grid, going up to as much as 64 squares, the Manduka Mandal.
Yeah, so actually, I whatever I have read, it is like that. If we are want to understand the mandala uh, art and the mandala form of architecture, so this circular design symbolize the idea of life, which is never ending, and everything which is connected. The mandala also represent the spiritual journey of individual. So now I would like to ask you, when this first temple built, which represent the mandala, and where in India?
So you're absolutely right. The mandal is the spirit, the nature is the primary inspiration, and the nature's rhythms are symbolized in the circle, and then the circle, becomes a square, and this interplay of circle and square, is what we see in the temple form. But let me also say, as temple worship began in maybe 3rd, 4th century CE, the temple form became quite elaborate. So while the mandal was the plan, the form of the temple was actually the whole universe, the cosmos. And so in the temple, you have the Garbhagriha, the innermost cell, which is literally, the beginning of the universe, and this is where the deity is housed. And on the upper diagram, you see these lines of energy emanating from the deity in the Garbhagriha. In the second diagram, you see this circular form, which is the parikrama or the pradikshina around the temple, and that way the mandal is literally recreated by the body going around the temple. And the third diagram shows the temple spire, and usually temple spires imitate the mountain, and so we have this is the axis mundi, the axis of the universe, and the highest spire is over the Garbhagriha, and this is the line, going up to the sky. So your question as to when were the temples first built and where, I should also say that the earliest form of worship goes of which we have evidence is going back to the Buddhist times. And here we see a tree sanctuary, that is, people worshipping the Bodhi tree where Buddha gained his enlightenment, and people worshipping the stupa where Buddha's relics were enshrined. And then we see the Chaitya Grahas, the caves where the Buddha relic in the stupa was worshipped. So here I want to draw your attention to the exterior of the Ajanta cave, 6th century, where this Bodhi tree form, leaf form, is there in the window, throwing light inside, and we have the stupa and then the ambulatory passage around it. So the circumambulation of the monks and the interior of this cave temple is of Chaityagraha actually shows the wooden construction of the vault and the rib. So the earliest temples, likely between 4th and 6th century, it's hard to date, but let's look at this Durga temple in Aihole in Karnataka, and it demonstrates the same apsidal form of the Buddhist Chaityagraha with a circumambulatory passage. And we see the tower, a very small, truncated, in a very truncated form in this earliest temple. We also see in the tip of the subcontinent in the Mahabalipuram, south of Chennai, we have these rathas, literally chariots, and the Draupadi Ratha is the simplest form. Again, it is like it's a hut with a straw roof in stone. This is carved out of a stone with Ganga and Yamuna on either side of the entry. A more elaborate form of Dharmaraj in the Dharmaraj Ratha. So these rathas, 5 chariots, are named after the heroes of the of Mahabharat. And in the Dharmaraj Ratha, we have actually, layers in which each layer is composed of smaller adicules, like they are called the shalas and kutas. And again, these are the huts with a domical roof, and these are repeated. So the idea here is that the superstructure of the earliest temples is symbolizing all of the universe, which is composed of a number of structures, and it is a multiplicity of them.
Actually, this is more an art form or an architecture which is inclined to Hinduism, or it's more to Buddhism.
So it was derived from Hinduism and Buddhism both share, mantras, yantras, and mandala forms, and the vocabulary is has the same. They have different vocabularies, but the meaning is the same. So in the case of Buddhist stupas, these are dome-like structures. But when we come to worship in a temple, it is more like imitating, mimicking a natural form, which is the cave in the mountain. So that is why we call the innermost cell as the Garbhagriha, the womb of the universe, and the spire as a chariot or a viman, and these superstructures are magnificent. And even in the earliest chariots, vimanas, we see the superstructure as composed of a number of smaller, units. So the birth of the temple, I think, really is in the vernacular house, but then it assumes monumental proportion with time.
Okay, so what is the different style of these temple architecture and how they do illustrate the idea of mandala?
So there are languages, and there are two dominant languages: the Nagara and Dravida style. Nagara, broadly North Indian, and Dravida, South Indian. And there are many, hybrid forms in between. So, but in both the Nagara and Dravida forms, as you see in this diagram taken from Adam Hardy's book, The Temple Architecture of India, the idea of the edicule and the multiplication of the edicule to make the superstructure of the temple is the same. So in the Nagara style, we have these tapering forms, and in the Dravida style, we have these shalas and the kutas multiplied in layers, and they they are topped by the amlaka, and over that is the kalash, which contains the nectar of immortality. So the unity is achieved in this, the temple structure coming to a point, and that point is the, I think we can read it as the achieving of unity with the divine or attaining moksha.
So all these impression of mandala and the formation of mandala in building structure, it is native to India as I can make out. But do we find the impression of this outside of India also, or outside of Buddhism era? I mean Buddhism art and culture. Do we find these mandal impression in other civilization too?
Yes, the mandal traveled with Buddhism to East Asia and to Southeast Asia. So we have, very elaborate architecture. The greatest example I think is Borobudur in Java, which is based on the mandal form. And I again want to emphasize the idea of the superstructure of the temple as a symbol of the cosmos. And so, even though a temple is like a static structure, built of stone, those are the ones which have survived, to the modern times. It's a static structure, but the symbolism is uh, is that of dynamism, because the universe is always coming into being, right? It is growing, and then it has to be recreated again. And so this growth and movement is communicated in a static structure by the sthapati, by having these multiple edicules. And here in this diagram, we see the downward and outward growth. Again, we see the multiple projection and progressive multiplication.
Right.
And so the universe grows and grows and grows, and it proliferates, and just as our universe is today, and it was always was. But the Hindu belief is that there is a cycle of the yugas, and then after the four yugas, there is Shiva dances as Tandav, and then there's a new yug begins, and the cosmos again grows and grows.
So, how does this mandala extend beyond the temple to the landscape? I mean, we also find these forms in the modern landscape also.
Yes, so let me come to that. But before that, I'd like to show you just very quickly a few images of the temples at Khajuraho. For instance, the Lakshman temple at Khajuraho. As you can see in the plan, there is a Garbhagriha, then there are these mandaps, and all of these are, raised on a terrace. And then the temple tower, same in Khandariya Mahadev temple, the idea of growth as in multiple projection, going, and then upward growth can be seen in the adicule, the spire adicule, uh, 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 all culminating in the finial at the Kalash. And then if you go to Eastern India in Mukteshwar temple in Bhubaneswar, again the same idea, but here the Garbhagriha and the Viman are based on a on a star-like pattern, and in the front is, before that is the mandap, sabha mandap, nritya mandap, maha mandap, and these are for the gatherings. And in the case of Mukteshwar temple and other temples in eastern India, we see a pyramidal form. In Western India, for instance, here in Madeira, in the Sun Temple, the temple spire is gone, but again, the linear axis with the Garbhagriha, the mandap, Mukhmandap, the Sabha mandap, and the tank in front. And in Karnataka, in the Keshav temple, we see these three shrines of Vishnu, and these are arranged in a kind of cruciform form with a mandap, and all of this is in a courtyard surrounded by, it's a walled courtyard surrounded by shrines. Here, these temples were made of soapstone, and so we have intricate carvings, and all around we see bands of elephants and horses, and also we see Puranic tales, Mahabharat, Bhagavad Puran, and Ramayana literally depicted in sculpture. So the line between architecture and sculpture is very diffuse. Bhadreshwar temple at Thanjavur was the highest temple of its time. It tapers to the top, and it's a very good example of Dravida style. It was built by Rajaraja Chola, Rajaraja the One. And what now we begin to see in the Dravida style is the Gopuram, the entry to the temple acquiring prominence. And it is like that contains Shala shrines, and these are kind of in a curvilinear form. In a concave form. And finally, to answer your question about the temple mandala extending into the landscape, the best example are the temple towns of southern India and Tamil Nadu, on the banks of the river Kaveri. And so we have very famous temple towns in which the whole urban structure of the town is organized like a mandal. So, for instance, in the Ranganatha temple at Srirangam, which is an island in Kaveri, we have 7 enclosures, and the gopurams rise very, very high. They were being built right up to the 17th century, and what happens is that the town kind of is enclosed. The outer parts of the temple enclosure now began to house structures from the town, and that way, the sacred area extends into the profane. There is Meenakshi temple at Madura is again a very great example of the town structure following the square mandal pattern, and you can see this in the photograph aerial view. Also, the gopurams are tall. The innermost structure consists of the temples of Meenakshi and Shiva, and then the outer enclosures are where the chariots of the gods and of the god and goddesses are taken out. And finally, I'd like to end with the Tiruvannamalai temple town, in which the Arunachal hill is worshipped as the linga. It's called the linga of fire, and it's a very good example of the mandal as you see in the landscape, because all of the different gods are now symbolized by the lingams, and then on the southeast side, we have the great Shiva temple, Arunaleshwar temple, where Shiva is worshipped, and the gopurams are very tall again, and then Shiva is taken on a journey around the Arunachal hill on auspicious occasions.
So it was so wonderful to really know about these architectural skills and people who have already been in this kind of landscaping, this kind of building making. So do we have more slides to really see? Because I'm so intrigued to really know more about it. Or shall we talk something different? Let's end this and maybe take these slides in our next episode.
Yes, we can continue. Actually, in our next episode, I'd like to talk about the temples of Varanasi, Varanasi being the most sacred city in the Indian subcontinent, and how these temples, which were built much later, still are, communicate the idea of the temple as being a house of gods and the temple structure as being a microcosm of the universe.
So I think you have to stop this presentation, then we'll be talking more. So actually, so it was so really go through these slides and view these pictures. But now I would like to ask you one last question: is that the universe and sync with the universe and the thought process of Hinduism or Buddhism, I think that are being depicted by mandala form of architecture. Now, can we also do these kind of building creation in our modern times? Are people are inclined to really look into these architectural formation and build something huge in our modern times?
Yes, very much so. The Vastu Purush Mandal continues to be used in house form. In fact, those architects who are exposed in Vastu Vidya are very much sought after, and monumental temples are being built all over the country. Most recent one being at Ram Janambhoomi Temple. It is built by traditional sthapatis, Somnath of Ahmedabad, and this is a Nagara style of architecture.
Okay, so one last question, which I just want to know that many Indian families, they do have these yantras, which are the formation of mandala. Some are square, some are in circular form. So this is a representation of an architecture, or this symbolizes something more?
Well, the yantra you will find as an object of devotion, a symbol of meditation, a meditation tool, and usually these yantras, the Sri Chakra yantra is the most popular one, and it consists of triangles, upward facing triangles and downward facing triangles. So the upward facing triangles signify the Purush, the male masculine principle, and the downward facing triangles signify Prakriti, the feminine principle, and they both meet at the point, the bindu, which is the beginning of life. And so the Sri Chakra Yantra probably is the most common one and often displayed below the deities. And also, I think in the on the floor decorations, we see the mandal patterns, especially the Sri Chakra Yantra.
Yeah, so it was so lovely to really talk to you and know about this unique concept. And I'm sure that our viewers will have more knowledge about these patterns which we are following for many centuries, but they may not be having knowledge of how important is this mandala formation when we talk about architecture, especially Indian and Buddhist architectural form. So it was so lovely to talk to you, Professor Amita Sinha. We'll be talking more about these formation in our next episode. Till then, bye bye and take care.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss about deportation of Member of Parliament in the UK Parliament, uh, Debbie Abraham. And she got deported soon after landing into Indian airport without a valid travel document. So why a MP from UK flying to India without proper travel document, and they got deported because obviously no country will allow anyone to enter their shores without proper travel documents. So let's take a step back. Let's understand what are the different regulations which are followed by In fact, all countries, I would say every country follows similar pattern, similar regulations, which have been set up by the international bodies. The regulation is that when you travel from your home country to any other country, you go with a purpose. The purpose could be many purpose. You know, the purpose could be uh, recreation, travel, vacation. Purpose could be a short-term business trip, or a long-term employment, possibility. So these are the 3 to 4 activities. There could be 1 or 2 more activities, like for example, you're going on a research vessel, or you're entering temporarily because you are doing some research on a subject. So there are various classification which allows every country to get or welcome citizens of other countries. So when you get into even a tourist destination like Thailand or Mauritius, any country today, you have to always define, or you have to tell the visa officer that what is your purpose. Your purpose is vacation, and the visa officer will ask you for how many days you are going to live in my country, where are you going to stay, how you're going to carry on your take care of your expenses, and so on and so forth, because no country will have a situation where the people from other countries come into their country without a purpose. No country will allow. So that is how the regulations which are followed by every country today, whether it is large country like United States or UK or India or China, you have to have a purpose, because you are now going out of your home country to another country, which is called foreign. So now, why a member of parliament come to India without proper document? So obviously, the Indian visa officers will reject her entry because she does not have a valid visa. And the best part is the Indian authorities tried to give her visa. They said, yes, we will give you the visa. You are most welcome to our country. But tell us your purpose. Tell us where are going to stay. Tell us who you are going to meet. So these are very basic questions. Anyone who's traveled even once outside from their home country to any foreign land should have answers to these basic questions. And see the arrogance of this person. She says, I don't know anyone, and I do not know where I'm going to stay. I will find, but you give me the visa. So my friends, the point is how any country, a sovereign country, accepts this kind of narration and grant visa to somebody who comes without a purpose. After all, you are a UK citizen. You are entering a sovereign country like India. You have to give your purpose. You may be a member of parliament, but you should have a proper travel document. So I think this is where the situation is, and I'm aghast to see that there are people who are talking about that Indian government should have given her the visa. But you have to tell, you're a foreigner, you have to tell what is your purpose. Without saying what is my purpose, either it's a vacation or some business or some discussion, which country will allow you entry into their own, to a foreign person. So this is something which I wanted to bring to everybody's notice, and this is a discussion item. So I most welcome your comments, and I will try and reply to all your comments as quickly as possible. So as usual, I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mic Live. And times are tough, as we know that because of lockdown and various other situations. So we need to be very tough also in order to face the world. And how we can be tougher, how we can handle the situation, and how can we can be resilient. To discuss this matter further, I am joined by a very senior personality from India,
Her name is Aditi Palit, and she is very well known across the industries. So let's welcome her without any further ado.
Thank you so much, Chandrakant, once again for giving me this wonderful platform where I can, get my thoughts across on the pandemic and the severe effects that is had on the workplace, at the workplace, on the people's psyche. And the work that I'm doing on, I'm offering solutions so that, India Incorporated once again goes back to its glorious days.
So, in order to understand this, Aditi, what has really changed? I mean, people who have survived can still lead their life normally as they would. So, what has really changed because of which people will have to change their way they do business? From your point of view, what has changed?
The whole paradigm has shifted, as it is very well known by now. The work at at the workplaces has become largely remote, with all the repercussions. It has been discussed over 1.5 years, and the way that it is conducted online, technology has swept the way from offline to online work. So the mental shift, the shift in the mindset has been in demand, and the people, the workforce has had to rise up to it, struggling a lot initially in 2020, but still, since it's becoming now from remote to hybrid, again, fresh challenges where I've seen that most people in the corporates are reluctant to return to office. So the whole focus is on resilience. If they have survived before, pre-pandemic, in the physical workplace with the challenges that were there, they can face this new sort of work features if they can adopt themselves mentally first and improve their well-being so that they can cope with the new set of working principles.
Well, Aditi, everybody is facing this issue. It's not that only one set of industry is facing the issue. I think the entire world is facing this issue. There has been a requirement to adapt new ways of doing business. And when we talk about resilience, so what does that mean? I mean, I think in order to understand what is the relevance of resilience in today's context, I think we need to also understand when you say resilience, what does it mean?
Yes, it is surviving through tough times by, enhancing the toughness in yourself. Come what may, the nature of work has changed, but basically it is, those in HR have to deal with the people, in the offices with their clients, whatever, the salespeople. The nature of the basic nature hasn't changed. The mode of functioning has changed. So each employee, led by the manager or the team leader, has to tell himself or herself, how do I keep on being tough and get myself ready for the next crisis? And to be ready, now I have to perform to the best of my ability by identifying my strengths. My strengths help me to, to be resilient before, if I have succeeded at work, whatever personal or official challenges came my way, I have survived that challenge, even though it was offline. So that's where, a little bit of mind training, a lot of mindset change, all this has to be done by individual persons, advised by their managers and their leaders.
So, Aditi, actually, when you talk about resilience, and you're also saying that people have to become very strong mentally, they have to adapt to the new methods, new ways of doing things, and also build the personal resilience in themselves in order to cope up with things. So, what are the first few steps to become more resilient? Would you like to throw some light on that?
Sure. See, I offer a 3-step suggestion. First of all, we've seen that in any crisis, it is the self and the confidence, as I said, to deal with yourself, to deal with emergencies. Now, how do you? You have to be a very calm, confident person all the time. Self-talk, I have to, how I, motivate yourself. I've told over and over again, I have faced, numerous challenges in life, and what has what has helped me to overcome them is self-talk and self-motivation. And second, discover, and if you know them, then get rid of the triggers that stress you. This requires a lot of self-training, self-control. Now, because I am the team manager, or I am the departmental head, I'm starting with the leaders. Chandrakant, in every talk that I say, having been a leader all my life, and I train on leadership, the onus of coping with emergencies and crises at work is on the leaders and the managers. If the managers can cope with the situation first and then show their teams how to deal with emergencies, that is the best way of getting the team along without losing sight of the ultimate goals of team production, enhancing the productivity of the team and therefore the company. If all the individuals in the team are made to feel, yes, I have this lacunae, and my team manager is also confident. Now, when we were discussing remote work, or when I discuss remote work, what do I say? The team manager and the leaders, what they have to do? Okay, online, how to hold meetings. Online, managing teams across, irrespective of time zones. I'm bringing all my team members along, and the work is executed to perfection. I am not getting hassled by my personal problems at home. Work from home, but I'm laying a strict division between work timings and personal timings. So how can you do it if you're not mentally resilient? The nature of work changed. The whole team thought of how to do their work best online. Or the company heads thought it, the managers, instructed them over Zoom calls, Zoom meetings, etc., team meets and all that, all the online apps and softwares. Now, this is how, by keeping calm, build your reservoirs of strength. And mental well-being. This time, this was a biological crisis, and first and foremost, mental well-being of the leaders, the managers, the group, the company heads had to be ensured first, and then passed it on to the members. Being a doctor's wife, again, I'm saying what he told me is that, to talk to people, to talk to doctors, to talk to psychologists, if you are facing stress, maybe your salary is cut. Maybe you're not sure whether your job will be there. Getting stressed at home and not talking to your manager or to a person, a medical authority, it has stressed more people more. So then I have to recognize my triggers that, have hampered me. Now you see this corona is going to be there, we all know, in new variants like the Omicron. Now, if I sit at home, even if the manager sits at home and thinks, oh my God, again going to office, the authorities are calling me, I'm going to get the new variant. No, be tough. This is talk to a persons, from the medical world. They're saying this coming, it is coming, new variants are coming, but they are of lesser fatal nature. There I'm getting confident. I'm going to my workplace is sanitized. So where does all this confidence come from? If I'm mentally resilient, come what may, work is important, family is important. So I will, I will strengthen my inner resources. Now, secondly, once I have become, I'm confident, I'm going to know my triggers, then I'm going to stay away from them. And here comes little things like, practicing meditation and yoga. Let me tell you, I have done it. And I have seen how calm the mind becomes. After that, if there is a meeting, I can concentrate fully on that meeting. So build your inner resources, your inner strength. The nature of work has changed, but my hold on the work is still strong. If I am a technology person, my strength is that I'm going to help those in my team who are not. Teamwork, everything is remaining same, what was offline. My approach to the work will be best online work if I am confident of myself. And a confident person is a resilient person. Again, I would like to stress on this.
Well,
Once we adopt, yes.
After hearing your narration, what I understood is that there are two very important aspects of being resilient. One is discipline, and second is positive attitude. Now, do you have some sort of a solution to grow these attributes in people, so as a byproduct they become more resilient? Is there a course or is there a process which you provide to your pupil or people who come across as a rub-off effect, so that you try to convert those people into more resilient people? Is there a solution you have with you?
Yes, I have worked on this. I have told we had discussed once. Since last year, I have done a lot of research. I've talked to people across industries. And when I have said that these are, I will be mentioning, I can show a little bit of my slides in my subsequent talks, where I have done the remote and hybrid work leaders, the challenges and their solutions. Once then I've executed them online with a few, industries and corporates. And I have seen that when the leaders have adopted that and have shared it with their teams, among their teams, they have yielded much more. And, after the sessions were over, there was the feedback that now come what may in the, coming rest of my work life, my, professional life, I'm ready. I'm not going to wait till the next crisis comes. Physical, financial, social, biological, any crisis that comes. I have built up my, resources, inner resources, and I have got rid of my negative thoughts. I've got rid of my stressors, and I am now ready to face, any challenge. So there are, as I said, step by step, I train them on the different aspects of being resilient in the face of any kind of challenges. And, I offer them, anyone who wants to talk to me and, offer, and they are all based scientific methods. I've talked to my husband, I've talked to doctors, and I have talked to psychologists and sociologists, everyone who have contributed wholesomely to effective solutions. Everyone can become resilient if they come to know their inner drawbacks and get rid of complacency and become wholly equipped to face any challenge, whatever, however serious the dynamics may be. But I have worked on them, and I have held talks, and I've told people they have executed that. I've trained on them, and it has resulted. It has yielded results.
Excellent, Aditi. I think our viewers would be very excited to know this, because I think a lot of help is required. A lot of people are suffering at this point in time. They don't know how to do things. They don't know where the future is taking them. And a whole lot of such questions are coming in people's mind. So thank you so much for coming out with this very structured approach of turning humans into more resilient humans. So I think we will catch up in the next session. And any last words you want to tell our viewers, you're most welcome.
This is what I say, tell everyone. I have faced numerous challenges. I have gone through them, with the thought that if I give in to any challenge, I will suffer. The rest of the world will progress. So however I do, whatever kind of coaching I do it from, solutions which I have adopted, and they have yielded results. So anyone who wants to overcome any challenge and become strong enough for the rest of their lives, they're free to contact me through your platform.
Thank you, Aditi ji. It was pleasure talking to you, and we'll catch up in the next one. Bye-bye for today.
Thank you so much again. I love interacting with you, and next time if we may have live audience, we can also interact with them. And I'm there, as my ex-trainees will vouch. I'm there, except for a few hours of sleep. I'm always in touch with my contacts. Thank you very much, and all the best for the wonderful work you're doing to bring people across, industries, cross sections of society, and for us to exchange and give out to people what we have received. I've had wonderful mentors, and I wanted to give back to people and society, as a whole. Thank you.
Excellent. So viewers, did you hear Aditi Pallet talking about that she wants to give back to the society? And don't miss our session on the India Business Bunker, where Aditi is going to present her structured approach towards making people more resilient. This is on Friday, India time, 2:30 to 3:30. Every Friday. So on this Friday, catch Aditi again in a much more structured manner about her program. And I will say goodbye today, only to catch you in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live, and today in our leadership talk session, we will be joined by a very senior eminent personality from India. His name is Mr. Naveen Toshniwal, and his passion is to do grapho analysis and subsequently graphotherapy. So without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Naveen Toshniwal.
Hello everyone, how are you?
Well, we are all fine, Naveen, and welcome to the show. A lot of viewers are watching our conversation for past few weeks, and today what we want to know is basically how you use handwriting to to basically change the character of the person. So essentially what my question is related to therapy. How do you basically impart therapy having identified the problem areas into an individual?
See, first part, as we have discussed in the earlier sessions also, it is the analysis of personality or character through the strokes in the handwriting. See, now most of us already know how we are or what we are. Just that after the analysis, it is reconfirmed, and you become probably more aware of some of the characteristics which you were doubtful about, or you were wondering ye hamare mein hai ki nahi hai. So it is a tool whereby we can reconfirm the traits which are inherent in us. See, now if we do the analysis and leave it at that, how does it help you? Most important part is the therapy, how we can actually change ourselves or change our personality simply by consciously changing and practicing some small strokes in the handwriting. Now, the common query which people ask is, see, these days we don't write. And it's a fact also. We are mostly on text and we are messaging and we are on computers. But here the exercise of the therapy is just spending 5 minutes a day. Only 5 minutes a day for a duration of 3 weeks. Once you do this practice for 3 weeks, you will change. Your personality, your character will improve for the better. And thereafter, if you wish, you can stop the writing. There is no compulsion that you continue it for lifelong or forever.
Well, Naveenji, in fact, your way of taking this thing forward is very, very good. However, I will ask you one question. You may have the answer, you may not, but still, let me ask you this question. The way we are going ahead in our future is basically going into something called Web 3.0. And when I say Web 3.0, it actually means that the entire internet will be supported by something called blockchain, which is the underlying technology of cryptocurrency. And that is something which moves against the regulation. So currently, if you see our business environment, there are a lot of regulation. There are telecom regulation, there are taxation, there are this and that, RBI regulations, central bank, and so on and so forth. The blockchain technology is cannot be regulated. It is designed in such a way that it cannot be regulated. So more and more people will migrate to this online medium, and there will be a requirement for a personal identity, and using that identity you will actually log on to internet. So right now we log into Facebook, we log into LinkedIn, we log into our banking application. Once Web 3.0 comes in, which is a couple of years from now, there will be logging into the internet itself. And once you log in, then you will have access to everything. Your cryptocurrency, your web profile, your social media profile, your banking application, and so on and so forth. So there is no need for anyone to write. I gave you a long narration before asking you the question. There will be no need to write anything, and there will be an identity which is a web identity which is equal to your personal identity. So going forward, what is the future of graphotherapy or graphoanalysis when people are not even going to write anything? From your point of view, Naveen, I hope you appreciate my question.
It's a very valid question. A lot of people ask me this question. But the thing is, as I already told you in the earlier sessions also, it is a therapy. You don't need to write every day to get over your negative traits. You just have to make up your mind that, okay, I want to improve myself. I will do this therapy for a small duration of 2 to 3 weeks. And spending 5 minutes a day is no big deal. So once you make up your mind, you just have to practice this 5 minutes a day and you will get the changes. And as I told you earlier, once you get the desired changes, there is no need for you to continue writing lifelong. It's like a medicine, if you are unwell, you take a medicine for some time, you get out of your problems, and that's all. The medicine course is over. So this therapy is not linked with everyday writing, not at all. और इसमें ये भी है, see, Chandrakant ji, the students still write. The students are still writing. Not that the writing is completely off and will be completely off. But the fact remains that it is a therapy which we have to follow for a short duration, get the desired improvements, and that's it. You don't have to be in a mode of writing continuously.
Well, I think that's a good analogy that you have given. That as long as you are able to identify what is the drawback in you, and then follow just 5 minutes practice every day, and then probably improve certain areas which are of concern. So I think it's a very good strategy to improve your personality, I would say. My question at this point in time would be related to how this therapy is imparted. Like you have given the target of writing for 5 minutes for a couple of weeks or every day for 5 minutes, but how do you judge that this person is improving or not improving?
See, first of all, we have to keep in mind that the therapy will be given based on the entire assessment of the personality of a person. First of all, we identify the individual traits. What are the positive points? What are the negative points in a particular person? Then we combine all the characteristics or all the traits, and we formulate or get a picture of the person in our mind, that these are the things or the areas where the improvement is needed. For example, if a person is ambitious, but goals are not defined, so we have to give a stroke whereby it helps a person to identify the long-term goals more clearly. Or if a person is very intelligent but lacking self-confidence, so we have to give a stroke whereby the self-confidence can be improved. Remember, the therapy is always individual based. Every person is unique. So it is not that we give a general therapy that you change a particular stroke and you will get the following or desired improvements. I'll give you an example. Most of us, we will say that willpower is a positive trait. Yes, in the normal course, we will say that, but take a situation where a person is having a very nasty temper. He's having strong resentment, very expressive and dishonest. If you increase the willpower of that person, what will happen? Don't you think it will be a disaster? So we have to be very careful, and we have to give the therapy based on the entire analysis of the personality or character, and then we decide the therapy on individual basis.
So in that case, the therapy is for 3 weeks or a month. How long is the therapy? And how many sessions the person will have to come in front of you?
See, normally in 3 weeks, people are able to see or feel the desired changes. If someone says, no, I'm not able to completely feel the difference, then we might extend it for a week or so. But as of now, as per my experience, therapy is generally over in a maximum time of 4 weeks. 3 weeks is ideal. In 3 weeks, you will be able to get the desired changes. Now, regarding your second part of the question, that how many times we have to interact, client is always welcome to interact with me anytime. I will give the therapy after doing the analysis on the first day, and I will recommend the stroke changes to be made in the handwriting, and it will be in 3 parts. First part will be for 1 week, second part will be for the second week, and third part will be for the third week. And there will be slight changes in the way in which I'm recommending the therapy in the 3 weeks. They have to just write the practice every day, 5 minutes homework every day, and send me a snapshot of what they are writing. And I will give my comments whether it is going fine or whether they need to improve the strokes or the strokes they are making is not up to the mark. And thereafter, after 1 week, we will compulsorily have one interaction. After the first week, I will make a small change in the therapy. Thereafter, after the second week, there will be another compulsory interaction on phone. And by the end of the third week, or I can say in the middle of the second week or by the end of third week, the people will start experiencing the changes. In fact, some people even start feeling positive just 3 to 4 days after starting the therapy. Of course, it may be difficult for them to judge how they are actually able to feel on that particular trait, whether they are finding an improvement or not. But a general positivity will definitely be felt once they start the therapy.
Well, Naveenji, I think one more question I have with regard to therapy, and that is, how do you give the therapy? I mean, how is it that suppose a person has three drawbacks or three traits which needs correction? So you take one trait for 3 weeks, or you take all three all at the same time for 3 weeks? How does it work, Naveenji?
Yeah, this is a very interesting question. See, the thing is that suppose there are three characteristics which are to be changed. For example, building up of long-term goals, building up of willpower, and getting over self-doubt. So if someone has to be given therapy for these three traits at a time, just 1 or 2 stroke changes need to be made. So the therapy in the first phase, we will go in for 1 or 2 stroke changes only, which will have a multiple impact, and it will help the person to improve on all the three traits which I just mentioned. Suppose someone has to build up determination, then there is a separate stroke for that. So practically, it is very difficult to change 3 or 4 strokes in your handwriting overnight. It is very difficult. So we have to go in phases. First phase of 3 weeks, we will go in for the improvements or suggestions which are most important or of a priority. Once 3 weeks are over and the person feels that the desired changes have come, and if they are interested to go in for further improvements, then we will tackle a second set of traits for which some other strokes or other letters are to be changed.
So I think my assessment was also right that it depends on the situation. It depends on what is the kind of improvement is desired. So it could be a longer therapy, but if there are, if especially the correction is much wider. But if it's a short correction, small things needs to be corrected, it can be done in 3 weeks. So it was a pleasure talking to you, Naveenji. It was definitely always a pleasure whenever you come to our show. It is so wonderful to learn about these things, which is sort of a lost art right now. So, it's my personal pleasure, I must say, to learn about not only identifying the leadership traits from handwriting, but also bringing them up front. I think it's an amazing science.
Yeah, that's very true. It's an amazing science and the results are assured. There is no if and but about it. If you dedicatedly practice the therapy by spending just 5 minutes a day, the results will definitely come. There is no question that the results will not come. See, as I told you, I am doing this as a passion. If the results were not coming, I would have probably left pursuing this passion long back.
Certainly, I think, Naveenji. So thank you so much for joining us today. I'm sure some of our viewers would like to seek your help. We will make the connection happen. So thank you so much, and wish you a very good week for rest of the week, and Happy New Year.
Thanks so much. Same to you.
So friends, as I mentioned that we are moving towards the online arena, and the Web 3.0 will bring lot of changes in which we actually live today. We will not have a physical currency. We will have all the businesses online. And when this happens, the leadership quality will make lot of difference. whether you succeed or you fail. So I think this is a good choice. You can actually write to us. We will make you talk to Mr. Naveen Toshniwal. You can actually seek his help to understand where you stand in terms of leadership question. And if you have some gaps, you can actually correct it. And it is just 3 weeks time. You have nothing to lose. So with this, I end my show today, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass. This week, I would like to draw your attention to one of the leading story which happened last week. And in this program, we will not talk about the unrest in northeast part of Delhi, but a news which is related to this particular episode. And this is regarding transfer of Justice Muralidharan. Now, as we all know, Justice Muralidharan has been a remarkable judge. He has given some great judgment which had far-reaching effects on the Indian society. He is a remarkable, to-the-core professional, a legal luminary. Uh, you know, he is the best judge, one of the best judge in Delhi High Court, and he in level of seniority he is number 3 in Delhi High Court. Now what happened is that during the Trump's visit to India, there was a little bit unrest in northeast part of Delhi, and there were the rioting going on. And during this period of rioting, there was certain area, small area in northeast Delhi, was on boil, and there was little bit of law and order situation. Then there is a lawyer who are the sort of a lawyer and the activist, human right activist, and basically Mandars. They are the father and daughter. So the daughter Mandar brought out a petition in Delhi High Court saying that the people are having a lot of problem, and the ambulances and the police and safety and so on is not reaching the people in that area on time. And this was brought out, and it's sort of an emergency. So normally judges sometimes also hear cases in their homes. So this is exactly what Justice Muralidharan did. In the middle of the night at his home, he called his another judge, his fellow brother judge, and then he gave his ruling that hey, Delhi police should provide protection, and that is 1:30 in the middle of the night. And in the morning, what happened? So the next hearing for this particular case was set up at in the afternoon, around 1 o'clock or 12:30. In the meantime, in the morning, when the judge resumed his activities, there was another petition filed by this time the Mandar, the father, who is also a well-known lawyer and also an activist, related to the same incident. So what happened is that now these cases are being sent to Justice Muralidharan's court. Now he has got 2 petitions filed, and then so he was going through the cases, and it was in the courtroom, and then there was a lunch break in between around 1:30, and by 2:30 the order came out that there are certain things that Delhi police is lacking, and there are certain words which were used like unprofessional and so on and so forth. But so this is what has happened, and this created a little bit of news. However, the news related to the incident, which is the rioting, is much bigger than this one. In between, what happened is, I just want to draw your attention that this has happened in a period of 14 hours, which is 1:30 in the night and 2:30. So roughly about 13 to 14 hours duration. where people have taken, they are, they have slept, they have attended to other things, and then at 2:30 he came out with a ruling which is sort of, or which looks like that the Delhi police is being put on the spot, and they had given, the judge has given the Delhi police 24 hours to give response. At the same time, Delhi police fighting the writers, and there was a huge problem at hand to solve for Delhi police. So Delhi police got in a fix. In the meanwhile, I'd like to draw your attention that this particular judge was transferred on to Chandigarh way back on February 12th. But the government of India did not notify that. And since the Delhi police is very bravely, countering the activities which are related to mayhem and rioting in northeast part of the Delhi, it became sort of a situation where the Delhi police is getting a lot of bad news from all over. They were losing their people, their constables and officers were under attack by the rioters, so they were solving that. They were trying to make sure that they don't start shooting or use some aggressive measures to ensure that the rioters will calm down and stop creating mayhem on the street. And at the same time, judiciary is also questioning them. So it looked like too much on their plate at that point in time, and they should have been given some time to respond. However, considering this, the government had to also keep the morale of the police high. They notified the transfer in the evening. So what happens is that whatever judgment this particular judge has given with the follow-up cases stands null and void. So by notifying on the same day, government ensured that whatever Delhi police was given as a negative or sort of come back next day type of judgment by Justice Muralidharan will not be heard next day. So this is exactly what has happened, and so this is a normal process. It happens. This is by the law. Whenever the judge is transferred, all the orders taken on that very day when he is transferred are null and void. So this is exactly what has happened. However, the political parties had all the opportunities to talk about it and politicize it, and which they did. They took it to very high level. It was all in the media, but it is not such a big deal because the consent of the judge were also taken before the transfer orders were given. So it was a collegium of the Supreme Court which transferred the judge. The consent was given by Justice Muralidharan, and it all happened by law. The only one minor thing is that since that judgment came on that day, on the same day, government notified the transfer to Haryana and Punjab High Court, and he has been asked to join the services in Chandigarh. That was the only thing which happened. It coincided with that, but legally there is nothing wrong in this particular event. So this is my analysis, and I personally feel that Delhi police was having too many things on their plate on that particular day when they were trying to calm the people. They were losing their officers to rioters. There were a few deaths also. I think all of us know about it. And at the same time, Delhi police definitely needed some time to cool things down so that they can get back to the court and give a proper response. So this is exactly what has happened, because the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court is back, and they have given them 6 weeks or something like 1.5 months time to respond. So which is sufficient time for Delhi police to prepare and give a proper response. Now there is calm. The life is coming to normalcy in northeast part of Delhi, and I think this is everybody is happy. And this is the event that happened last week, along with the mayhem and the violence in northeast part of the Delhi. So this is my analysis for this particular event, where the judge was transferred within on a day when he gave a judgment to, and asked Delhi police to respond the very next day. So I will meet you tomorrow again with some more analytics about the current affairs. Till then, bye bye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today in this episode we will be discussing about Bollywood and their relation, how it work, how public relation helps. And today we have expert in public relations. She's a seasoned professional. So we'd like to welcome Ritu Gupta. Hello Ritu, welcome to the show, and today we have a discussion which is, I think, very interesting because I am wondering, do really Bollywood require a public relation agency to boost their work or their film? How it is? So welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. I'm absolutely fine and so happy to discuss a very interesting topic about public relations used extensively in PR. The PR being extensively used in Bollywood. So very happy to be here on your show again.
Well, I had been wondering that we have pictures, we have popular heroes and heroine artists. So how really public relation really plays a vital role when we talk about Bollywood, because Bollywood is such a place or such a term that everybody is crazy about it, and I don't think so. We really require a public relation activity in Bollywood in pictures. How it is?
Yes, Kanchan. Public relation is being extensively used in Bollywood, and the Bollywood which we know is not only about movies; it's more than movies. So, in Bollywood industry, we have director, producers, actors, actresses, and various other people working, the music directors and all. So. As I said earlier on your other shows also, that after the venture of multinational companies in early 90s, the things have changed in this country also. So the Bollywood of 70s is very much different from the Bollywood of now. It is more professional, more commercial, and it's actually a business. It's a business, a hardcore business where everyone wants to make their image. And the films are not what we buy tickets or we go on OTT platform and take the subscription and we see the movie. It is more than that. Every production house which is making the movie is extensively using the PR. They have their own PR teams also, and at times they hire the outside PR agencies also and the special consultants also. The actors and actresses, they have their own PR team. So when a movie is being made, from the time the idea is conceived, the PR activity starts till the time the movie is released, the PR activity goes on. And let me tell you, the production house, the one which is making the movie, is doing the PR for the movie. But the actors and actresses, they are also making their image using their own PR team. And so that this helps them out later in life when they get into the politics, when they get into any charitable work, or they want to make image and go on the international platform, this PR is very helpful to them. So PR is not, the Bollywood is not only for the masses to watch their movies. It is beyond that also. And yes, any movie has to promote itself extensively, and they use PR in various forms.
Now I heard that, as you mentioned, there's the public relation for pictures, and there are some shows which I've seen on television. Actors and producers, they come and they promote their shows. But I've heard they also have published. So there's a difference between public relation and published. Is there any difference in that?
It's the same thing. It is the same thing, Kanchan. The published in Bollywood, the public relation guy, the person who's doing the public relation is called published because his or her whole sole job is to make the image of his or her client or the production house he or she is working. They have to promote, they have to get publicity for the production house or for the actor or actresses. So their whole focus is on gaining the publicity through various medias, going on any kind of platform, creating the stories, being manipulator. So they are publicists. But they have to gain publicity. Their whole core focus is on gaining the publicity. And for that, they may manipulate the personal life of the entertainers. They may do anything. But any kind of publicity, public relations, as we say, any kind of publicity, it's always good.
So when we are planning, as you said, generally when we have discussed about trade exhibitions, so it's the plan for 1 year. Now, what are the key points? Suppose if a filmmaker is planning to make a film, and how he should start popularizing the concept, the film. What are the key points when we are taking a public relation activity for one, let's say for one picture, how it should start, and what is the best time to really go into public relation activity for that particular film?
Okay. So, when the idea is conceived about making a movie, so that is the time when the production house, the people who are investing the money in the movie, they start creating a kind of image among the masses by just writing one single line to it, or by just talking about one particular subject. For example, I think in 2005 or 6, a very famous movie got released of Bollywood. It was called Black, and Mr. Amitabh Bachchan and Rani Mukherjee, they were starring in the movie. So when the movie was conceived, Rani Mukherjee started visiting various blind houses in Mumbai, and also the very famous blind house which is behind Oberoi Hotel in Delhi. So this was just to gather a sympathy from the masses that, okay, I do have empathy and sympathy for the people who do not see. So that was the kind of thing they were doing. So now, right now, when I say, when the idea is conceived, the production house starts talking about that particular topic, that particular theme. And believe me, Kanchan, the Bollywood movies have changed a lot. It is not only a girl and a guy romancing, running around the trees. It is much more beyond that. And it is the Bollywood right now is very good about content. The content is the king in Bollywood. So they create the idea, they circulate it, and when they release the teaser also. When I say teaser, one poster, they release the teaser with the main person who is going to be the USP of the movie there on the poster, and they start going to various these actors and actresses. They don't act in the movie. They, in olden times, they would act in the movie, take the money, go back home. Now the actor and actresses have got more responsibility. They are completely involved in the marketing of the movie. So they go to various shows. We see various different shows. They go there, the comedy shows, the serious shows. They are there as participants on various TV channels, debate shows also, and they the music release function. These are all important part of public relations. Now, in between, if any actor and actress has got any personal problem, it is, blown out of the proportion purposely. This is manipulation so that they get attention. In Bollywood, attention is very important. So it is done in any form of, in any manner it is done. So promoting a movie, they can go to any extent. And sometimes the movie is promoted in a positive manner, sometimes it is promoted negatively. And when, we have various web series, like there was this web series, Mirzapur. It got very famous 1 year and 2 years back, I think from 2019. And Sacred Games. It was a hardcore, these two web series were hardcore crime web series. But believe me, the youngsters were totally hooked on these crime series. And, somewhere they created an idea among the masses that everywhere around everyone, a crime is being done. And so people, they started buying various kind of cameras. They started getting the cameras installed outside their house and various other things. So, in Bollywood, they can go to any extent to promote the movie. And they go internationally also. They go to various diaspora, Indian diaspora outside the country also, where they promote the movie. So right now, like Mr. Anupam Kher is in America promoting a movie also about himself, and it is about a person living outside, a very middle-aged person living outside India. So, these kind of things are done. So they can go to any extent. And I have a case study which I'm going to discuss in this program also.
Ritu, you see, gone are the days when there was a film which was Mughal Azam, and I am sure that there was no public relation as such as we are talking today. And still, Mughal Azam is being appreciated by the masses. And now recently, I have seen a picture which is, I think, Mohenjo-daro, which has a high level of actors like Hrithik Roshan and other actors and actresses. But it was not being appreciated by masses, what in my opinion. Now the thing is that Bollywood and picture making is an art related domain, and when we are talking about art and tradition, and there are few films which really touch. So first thing, product has to be very good, that is there. But then one thing is that information which has to be circulated among the masses, I think where public relation plays a vital role. And a part of this, as you mentioned, the published. So I think to getting a good project for actor is also very critical, and that's why these public relation agency and published work in two ways. So I think you can elaborate using your case study also. So elaborate, and what I feel is that a public relation works two way: publish it, selling the actor and selling the product, and then the film, and then of course some merchandising is also there. So I think this whole is part of public relation, and along with the advertising and marketing. What do you say? And you can, if you have any case study, we would like to hear that.
Yes, Kanchan, Mughal Azam was a very big hit, and there was no public relation being done that time, and it was a completely researched movie. The product was very good. It was completely researched movie. Nowadays, what I see that filmmakers, they are, not interested in doing complete research, and they are interested in getting the bucks back very easily. So, and it's not class at times. The movies do not have class, but they cater to masses. Now, how public relation is used, let me take the case study of Shilpa Shetty, actress Shilpa Shetty. Shilpa Shetty was never a very successful actress, and she did a very limited number of movies. She was never a very successful actress, although she was definitely a glamorous woman, and she did many advertisement TV commercials also. So, but she became a big name in Bollywood. And how did she become a big name? It was because of all her media activities being handled by a public relation guy, a public relation man called Dale Bhagwakar. Dale Bhagwakar is an Indian citizen, and he is also known as the manipulator or the king of spin by Indian media. And he's a very popular guy in Bollywood. So, and he has 2 or 3 important clients other than Shilpa Shetty. Although it's a different story that nowadays Shilpa Shetty and Dale Bhagwakar, they have parted their ways because of various business reasons. But he was the one who got her into the Big Brother's house. And the kind of controversy happened with her inside the Big Brother's house. He used the controversy, made her an international name, and she became the controversy queen all over the globe, all over the world. And then Shilpa Shetty came back in India, and she became a very successful businesswoman also. The image created on international platform helped her in India. She became a very successful businesswoman. She endorsed various products also, and then she had her own cricket team also in IPL. This was all because of Mr. Dale Bhagwakar. So these PR people, the publicists, they help their client. Like Shilpa Shetty is one person, so she's an individual, and her main job is working in Bollywood. So he helped her in being the queen in any kind of entertainment business. Now, second case study, which every child in today's world would relate, it is with Mr. Salman Khan. I'll take Mr. Salman Khan. So there was lots of controversy happening with Mr. Salman Khan way back in 90s, late 90s. His father, Mr. Salim Khan, got very worried that why my son is getting involved in one controversy after another controversy. So that time there was a lady called Reshma Shetty. Mr. Salim Khan and Reshma Shetty, they decided that media has got very important role in India, and the complete media has banned Mr. Salman Khan. There was a time when Mr. Salman, you can even Google out, Mr. Salman Khan was banned by Indian media. So they said, let us do something about my son. So Reshma Shetty was signed. She became the publicist for Salman Khan. Reshma Shetty and Mr. Salim Khan decided to open Being Human. The Being Human NGO originated from there. They said, let's adopt few villages, few small districts of Maharashtra, and let's give some kind of education to these places. And slowly Being Human ventured in various cities, various small districts of Maharashtra. And Salman Khan was always robed in just to show his face, so that the people would gather and listen to what Mr. Salim Khan or Reshma Shetty want to do. And they were actually doing some kind of education program also. But somewhere Salman Khan really got attached with Being Human. He then decided that I should just take one or two important verticals. So Being Human became the #1 NGO in UAE and India for the wellness and education for young kids. Fortis Hospital has tie-up with Being Human. So any kind of operation which is done through Being Human is always done in Fortis Hospital. And when you have to run any NGO, you have to take the money also. You have to collect money also. So Salman Khan started selling his sketches and paintings also. And he started holding his exhibition in UAE and India. Plus, every film producer was asked to pay certain amount of money to Being Human, and various programs were conducted all over India, internationally also, where money was gathered and it got into Being Human. Right now, Being Human has got his own merchandise also, t-shirts and watches and cycles also. The money gets into Being Human to do this kind of charitable work. So Reshma Shetty is still a very famous publicist of Salman Khan, a very famous publicist. She changed the image. Because of Being Human, the Salman Khan's image got changed. Okay, he's a very good guy. He's got very good heart. All these things were written all over the media. So if you are a Bollywood PR consultant, you have to manage media for your client. Any kind of publicity is good, but then your client should garner positive publicity.
Well, we had been discussing about all aspects of public relations. So, how it is difficult or easy Bollywood public relation when we are talking about political public relation, or what is any difference, or planning, or it is same, or there's a, when we are talking about Bollywood PR, it is more of people who are inclined to art and culture. They are more successful, and political professional who are doing political public relation, they are more politically inclined. They know how to set political agendas. So how really you differentiate in that?
Bollywood PR is difficult culture. There's no doubt about it. So any young person who wants to get into Bollywood PR has to actually make his or her own image in front of the whole of the Bollywood. And it is a fact that all Bollywood people do not use public relations. Not all. There are only few people who are using such kind of public relations. And let's say there are only 150 or 200 people who may be using PR, not all Bollywood people. And it involves lots of money also. It does involve lots of money. And these people who are using Bollywood PR, specifically, big names, specifically big names, and those who are individuals, the individual actor and actresses, they're actually investing big money, and they have some aim in life. which is more than Bollywood. They have some aim in life, perhaps to be a successful business person, perhaps to get into politics, perhaps to do any kind of thing. So to gain that aim, to make image of themselves, they are using public relations right now through Bollywood. And the production houses, let's say Yash Raj Films, they are number. I know my students who are working with Yash Raj movies, and they are working in their PR department, and they say that it's completely professional thing which they do. So Yash Raj Productions, they give chance to new directors and other people also. So these people, they don't have that kind of money. The young people do not have that kind of money that they can promote their films. So they get into, they release their films through Yash Raj movies, and the Yash Raj, they have their own public relation department which helps these new people to release their movies, get them publicity, they take them to various cities in India where they go to various malls, they conduct various kind of entertainment programs where people are, they get to meet these stars. So there are some production houses which are doing actually good PR work, and there are some production houses which do not use any kind of public relations, and specifically the art producers and directors still do not use that kind of public relations which they should be using. So it is hardcore commercial filmmakers who are doing the public relations.
Well, we are talking about Bollywood public relations. So, lastly, I would like to ask you that when we are talking about public relation and Bollywood, so how it is different, or when we are talking about advertising and marketing, or public relation plays a vital and prominent role in any of the film production or film release, and apart the image building of any actor or production house. So which is more critical, public relation activity and advertising and marketing? How you really rate that?
So when a film is conceived, a budget is kept for public relation activity and for the advertising also, because when you're doing public relation activity on various TV important role, and the public relations does play an important role in creating the image of that particular actor in working in that particular movie. Because there are some actors who had some different kind of image, and when they acted in one particular movie, their image got changed. The recent example I'll give you of Kriti Sanon. She has acted in a movie on Netflix which is called Mimi. So she had a very different kind of image of a glamorous girl, but after Mimi, her image has got changed. There were various articles written about the issue which has been raised in Mimi, about her Kriti Sanon's acting and various other things. These were all planned activities. And the public relation people do these planned activities because the production house which made the Mimi had a particular budget for promoting the movie, for promoting this particular actress, for promoting the idea which has been talked about in the movie. So when you are selling your movie, when you are advertising your movie, you have to talk about the main protagonist also, because he or she is the one who are acting in the movie. And believe me, Pankaj Tripathi is also there in the movie, but then people are not talking about him, although he's a very good actor. So it is Kriti Sanon who is being talked about in the movie. So it is all planned activity.
So as usual, it is so wonderful to talk to you, Ritu, today and really know about the critical aspects of public relation, which is very important because all is business here. So we'll be talking again, meeting again with another critical topic of public relation. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you also take care. It's nice talking to you. Thank you so much.
Appleback Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today, in today's atmosphere and today's scene, we in India are discussing about Banaras because there's a major upliftment which has been done of this ancient city. To discuss about this upliftment and history, we have our guest today, Ritu Gupta. So before we start our discussion, let me welcome her. Welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, and I'm absolutely fine. It's so nice to be back on your show. Thank you so much.
It is always our pleasure to talk to you because you put forward so many interesting points. And you know that today we are discussing about Banaras. So what really Banaras means to you?
So for me, Banaras is a very important city and an ancient city, and it's a very important city of this country, the country where I live in, and one of the ancient city which is related, which has got a very special mention in our mythology, founded by Lord Shiva. And supposedly it is said that this city, when everything finishes on this Mother Earth, Banaras is going to be there. It is a blessed city, and I being from the kind of although I'm a very secular person, but let me tell you, we are a Hindu, the oldest civilization, the Sanatani civilization, and everything started from Banaras. This is the culture of our country. Banaras is a cultural hub of the country. But when I talk about food, Banaras is also known for the gastronomy, the local food, and also it's very well-known city for its theater. Now they have got very strong theater groups there. And being the constituency of Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, the city is getting facelift. It is also going to become a medical hub, a medicity. So, Banaras is changing each day, and it's a very vibrant city. You go to the Ganges, you attend the Aarti, and you see people from all walks of life visiting this city from all over the globe. So the city is quite happening and vibrant city, for me at least.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, that Banaras is an old city. It is about 600 years old city, and as you said, that it is being established by our god Shiva and Parvati. That's why we have a Manikarni Ghat also there, which is very popular. It resembles the jewelry part of one of the jewelry part of Parvati. Now, coming back, coming back to the upliftment, what do you really feel and how really react to this upliftment? Because it was earlier, even Banaras people who are living there, they tell us that going to the temple was very difficult at that point of time before this upliftment of Vishwanath temple. So how you want to put forward your ideas or any suggestion, or how you really feel about that?
So the change which city has got, especially the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, I think it was very important because, most of the people, at least the tourists, the ones who were visiting, because from the tourist point of view, it is very important. The people who were visiting Banaras, they would definitely go to the Kashi Vishwanath temple because it is one of the most important temple made of Lord Shiva. And, reaching the temple, reaching your destination was very difficult that time. But now, since the corridor has been made, and you can actually easily walk down, the city has become clean. It is becoming more cleaner because previously, even that particular road where the gully where this temple is, the gully was not the small alley, the lane was not very clean, but now it is very clean. And from the tourist point of view, because I see this from the tourist point of view, it is going to attract more and more people. Even from the country itself, more and more people would want to visit the temple because now it is more accessible. It's very easily you can walk down. You know, the people visiting the temple are not the young people also, it's the old people also. And for them, it has become very easy to walk down. You can take your car till certain point and then you can walk down also. So I would say from this is important, and this has become the focal point in the world also. Kashi was very important in our political, arena in the politics also. But now, after the corridor, many things are coming up. Now there is going to be a 6 wide lane NH18, NH19 being constructed between Banaras and Prayagraj, the earlier Allahabad, now Prayagraj. So, you know, they're attracting, it's going to attract more of work, more of tourists, everything. The Banaras is going to change. People are going to love the city again. People were definitely visiting, but now it is going to attract more people, more business. Everything is going to change. From one corridor for the temple, other things are also going to get uplifted.
Right, you mentioned very rightly, because now the farmers can travel easily with their fasal. They can also, many employment opportunities are there at the moment with Banaras. And it is said that Banaras, if you visiting Banaras, you should at least have 10 days to really have a feel of the city. And when this modernization is coming up, through the management and through the effort of our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, I think it was a wonderful city, and for many years to come, it will remain a wonderful city. But how can you forget Banarasi sari and Banarasi pan, Ritu? So have you purchased any Banarasi sari? I mean, these saris are world famous.
Yes. Whenever I go to Banaras, I make sure that I eat typical Banarsi street food. Try to buy, because the textile Banarsi weave is very famous. So I try to buy at least a dupatta or a sari, and Banarsi pan, Banarsi sari. And there are other things of Banaras, which is the ghat. Try to go there and just sit on the ghat and don't do anything. Just get the feel of the city. And you have rightly mentioned that you need to have 10 days to get the feel of the city, because you have to breathe the city. You have to get it inside your soul. Don't do anything. Just go there and sit on the steps of the bank of the river Ganges and just see. The city is so different. People living in metropolitan cities like Delhi and Mumbai, they will definitely find it a slow-paced city. But then, this is something you need to feel. Then only you will come to know. And yes, for shopping, it is one of the best places for the textiles, food also. And also there are other things which you see in the city. There are the theater groups. There are various theater groups who are quite active in Banaras. You go and see the theater. And now, if you must have heard about the ferry, the boat which is there on the river, that's a different experience. The ferry, try to have the river, ride the boat, and you have the different experience of the city.
Well, rightly, I think we, you and me, should make a plan to visit Banaras with the new things to come. And I think regarding this temple, actually, Vishwanath, Kashi Vishwanath temple. So, what you really think, or what ideas you get when you really think about this temple? What is your feeling?
I personally feel the temple is there because, this is giving respect to one particular community, Hinduism also, because, nothing was being done as far as for the cleaning of the temples were done. Now one corridor has been made, and you see there were so many temples which have been discovered because of making the corridor. Now those temples, there'll be some upkeepment for those temples. It should be there. You should give respect to the god, and at the same time, please understand, we are going to get more business. We are going to get more business because, Banaras, many BPOs are setting up in Banaras. Many BPOs have thought of, getting some business venture there, doing some business venture. It is not only the religion or the spirituality, but the other aspects of the life, like the business, like the travel and tourism industry. Right now, the industry is slightly low, but COVID is going to go away sometime. The things will definitely get back to the normal, and it's matter of few years. The city will definitely see more of tourists coming in. Although I understand when Mr. Narendra Modi inaugurated the corridor, many people, at least from India, tried visiting the city. So when things will become more normal, more and more people are going to go there.
Well, this city provides, it is said that this city provides moksha. If you visit this is the place of moksha when we talk about Hinduism. Now, you see, as you mentioned about the temples which were hidden in the construction, which was illegally constructed alongside of the temple. So they are also exposed and they have become a part of this Vishwanath, Kashi Vishwanath temple premises. And Ritu, now people can first go to Ganga and then take a dip in Ganga, and then along that way you can straightway go to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, which was very, very difficult earlier. Part of this, as you mentioned, it is for old people also. There are facilities, and there's an escalator also which directly goes to the temple premises. So that is very, very, very big contribution of present government, and not only Kashi Vishwanath temple, but I think the whole of Banaras is getting a freshness when and I think that this says something in a long way. I mean, coming years, I think that will be reflecting to our young generation. So any last thought you would like to share with our viewers?
Yes, I would really want that the people who are visiting Banaras, they should, as for the food, because I'm a foodie, they should try the dal fara. It's a typical Banarsi food, and it's in the shape of momo, or let's say the gujia. It's made of dal, and they should try it. You will fall in love with dal fara and hot cup of tea. You will really love it. And they should definitely, everyone, I would really suggest everyone visiting Kashi Vishwanath temple now, because the corridor has been made. Please go and see the city, do some shopping, and there are nearby cities also where you can go and see. The farmers also, there are many farming which is done outside Banaras. You can also go and visit those places. It will definitely give boost to the people who are living on the outskirts of Banaras.
And one of the most important thing is that go and visit Kashi Vishwanath and say namaskar to Shiva, and that's very, very, because Banaras is equal to Shiva, because Shiva has established this city. So and you mentioned tea. I think we don't get tea in Kullad. Kullad means earthen pots. And I think the taste of those tea and the food which you mentioned is great. So with very finer thoughts, with very good thoughts, I would like to end this episode, and we'll be meeting again with some other important discussion. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good morning, this is Chandra from Akulmak Technologies, and welcoming Neville as usual. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Day 20?
It is day 20, and it is
day 20.
It's a quiet Monday.
It's a quiet Monday, not a manic Monday, as in the Boomtown Rats song. But yeah, quiet Monday. But that doesn't mean we should be quiet in what we're doing. So what's new? What's new in India? What have you heard recently that's stimulated you?
Well, I think it is status quo. Nothing has changed. And I think 100%, almost 100% of the population of India are following lockdown. So nothing much is happening. So we are at home and working as usual. But I think I would like to congratulate you. The Prime Minister of UK has fully recovered and he's back. And he's also, after a gap of few days, he will get back on job. So we are very happy to have him back.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I'm sure he'll welcome your good wishes. He clearly had quite a bad bout of this virus, and his very empowering and passionate speech yesterday really did was very close to our heart. Really, I mean, the NHS, we think. I'll just book an appointment with the doctor, or I'll get this medicine, etc., etc. It's times like this when we actually appreciate just exactly how lucky we are, really. So, to all health workers around the world and coronavirus warriors, as you call them, thank you from the bottom of our heart. Without you, we wouldn't be here. And that could be that's a really good flavour for today, actually, because opportunity. We're up to the letter O in our trip through a vocabulary. Opportunity is typically at the tip of one's tongue as an entrepreneur, looking for opportunities, taking opportunities, getting ahead of other people, of other organizations that are looking at the same thing, but not quite the way you're looking at it. And you are a classic example of that, CK, because you look for opportunity all the time. You're thinking on behalf of others and dropping a little pebble in there of a bit of inspiration. I see that all the time, and I see you smiling. So maybe you've got a few comments you can make even just on that side.
Certainly. In fact, I wanted to share, in fact, I was waiting for our session today to share this news with you. And I would like to share a good news and maybe an opportunity for thousands of the people. The Google has launched or rather it's an old product, but it has been opened up for masses. It's called Google Classes. And now any individual who thinks he can train can launch his subjects either in the form of course material or in the form of a webinar or in the form of class. And the software is Google backed, so it is fully integrated with the Google Docs in the back end. It is also integrated with Google Drive, so you have storage for each of your student. You can monitor the progress and assignments given to each student separately. At the same time, students can also view what they are doing separately. They can be given marks and so on. So it's a complete e-learning platform being available for free for schools, for institutions, for non-profit, and for individuals who wants to train other people. So it's a great opportunity for a lot of people who are under lockdown and even beyond. So I wanted to share this information which I came to know today.
No, it's absolutely brilliant. As you say, it's a product that Google have had for some time now, but they've opened it up to everybody. And yes, it's a real breakthrough, if you like, in that I could have 15 people on a course in front of me, and they can all be filling out their own element of that course, and I can actually see it live, what's going on. So it's that one-to-one opportunity when you're looking at the one-to-many. So yeah, it's really going to be a big breakthrough and probably reduce a lot of travel in the future. Not just for the candidate or the student going back and forth from that particular workshop, but also the teacher or the trainer. So it's great, and it beholds us to take that opportunity on board. And what I want to do is just there's a great quote from Helen Keller. And she said, "Optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence." So to take advantage of an opportunity, we need to be optimistic. That's not just being positive, but completely optimistic, and to know that something good is going to come out of this. We're going to come out, that light at the end of the tunnel. All of these little phrases that people have heard over the years, all of a sudden start to come together. But she said, nothing can be done without hope and confidence. So even optimism isn't the lowest level. You need to have hope and have confidence that we can get through this. And I know you're a very optimistic type of guy. I mean, you will do things where you think there's an opportunity, and you go in with full optimism, and your expectations have to be managed because of the person on the other side hasn't quite got it yet, if that makes sense. So it's up to each of us to nudge people along, to get them to just take that leap of faith, you know, come with me, walk with me, a short journey, and let's see what we can do together. Be optimistic. So in your organization, on a scale of 1 to 10, where do you think optimism sits?
So Neville, before I answer your question, let me also give you just 1 or 2 sentences what my philosophy is. So you rightly pointed out that I have an optimism in me, and because of this optimism, I don't behave like a person who wants to, who wants the business of other person. Let me put it that way, as a businessman.
Yeah.
Instead, what I prefer to do is more of a consultative approach, where I consult, and business is a byproduct. So that is the way I approach my audience, my clients, and my prospects. So in terms of my organization optimism, I think it's very high, because I set these rules. I don't want my team to do any sort of false or overselling or false selling or selling something which we do not have. But I will like to have a consultative approach, because many things we may not have. But I am willing to risk and say, for you, let's plan this whole thing out, and if you need a solution, we can build it together for you. So that is our approach. I think in terms of optimism, to answer your question, I think we may rate ourselves at the out of 10, 8, if I may say so.
And that's good, because as you say, it's a consultative approach. You haven't got all the answers for everybody, but if there is an opportunity where you've got that perfect solution that your client customer needs, then I'm sure you can show them that how it would fit and how it would work. And it goes back that this is a consultative process. This isn't I've got a black box, my black box will fit into your pink box, and it will fit perfectly. Excuse me. But it's raising that level of awareness. We're going back to that wonderful word at the beginning of the alphabet, A, awareness. So you can't get away from it, really, because all these words are in the alphabet anyway. So, but optimism, I think today, and it's good that you score yourself 8 out of 10, because I would probably score you higher. So that's really good, because you've over provided and undersold.
I'd like to share one more thing which I encountered, which I'm sure you are already aware with your experience. See, when we approach the clients or prospects and we are trying to sell something to them, I would say 99 or even 100%. They don't want what we have in our pocket. Something I have in my pocket. They don't want it. What they want is something that they need. So if we have a solution, they don't want it. They need their pain point to be resolved. So I think that is where the optimism is very important, because we have to be optimistic, because the solutions are not ready-made for anything in life.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And P, pain point, two P's, if you like, we will hit tomorrow, because that's how we find the real solution. So let's leave on an optimistic note today. Opportunity is knocking on your door. All you got to do is open it. And the optimist will open the door, and the pessimist will say, it's raining, I'm going to stay inside. So be an optimist. Open the door. Take a good look. CK, it's always been a pleasure speaking with you. Tomorrow, day 21. It's almost like having a birthday, isn't it? Coming of age.
But the lockdown has been extended, but we'll still talk tomorrow, and we'll see where it goes from there.
We'll definitely talk tomorrow, and it's P, and we'll give you an insight, the pain point. But we're going to be optimistic. We're going to look at the positive side of it. There's another P for you. So enjoy your day, CK. Have fun, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. Be safe, be positive. See you tomorrow.
High five.
High five. The third issue is with regard to the promises made by this government that, they highlighted all the scams of the UPA government, and that's how this government is here. So it's a major issue with regard to how they save their face. Because if they say that, hey, I want to enforce collection of 1.76, billions of people will lose their jobs. A lot of CEOs will go behind bars for not paying this. And although the blame also lies with them, because they signed something which is written in fine print, they didn't see it. But still, a lot of people will lose their job, which will be very bad for economy, and a booming sector will get a hit, because it's a globally recognized booming sector from India, which is asking for a lot of contracts, and a lot of people are working for it. It will get a bad name. Third thing is, it will look like that 1.76 lakh crore rupees were a notional figure. So they cannot afford that. So even though the government has changed, in fact, this government has been elected twice already, but nobody is going to collect this money. Government will not collect the money. Now the Supreme Court has got into this, and they are saying, hey, why don't you pay up? As rightly said, because the Supreme Court is following the law and what has been signed by these companies, between the companies and the Indian government. So that has to be collected. So it is like a catch-22. I think this will continue. My opinion, Vodafone and Idea will continue. They will not file for bankruptcy. Airtel and Reliance will pay part of it to remain afloat, and the matter will continue for some more time before it basically dies its own natural death, or basically in future it will not have any relevance, maybe a few years down the line. Until then, we will keep hearing some headlines every 5 to 6 months or during elections that there is a money which is owed by the telecom sector to Indian government. As usual, I will meet you again tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Bank Live. And there are a lot of stress among people, especially young professionals, and also some of the people who are just about to start their career, and also sometimes in youngsters. How to cope up with this stress? I am joined by a very eminent trainer who actually take these sessions and help people come out of these anxiety and stress. Her name is Aditi Palit. So without further ado, let's welcome her.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be back again on this platform. And today I will talk about a very important factor, as has been mentioned, stress, which has always been in most people, and particularly since the start of the pandemic, it is becoming serious. among all age groups. So I would like to talk how I conduct this in brief, how I conduct these sessions. And one more thing I want to stress here is I have lived through stress before marriage, and after getting married to a doctor. I knew that it is a thing that we need to work on ourselves and not let us go to that length where we are left with no option but to go to a specialist. Stress is a fact of life, human life. Everyone has it in some degree, but those who are afflicted with it in serious proportions and don't display. And this kind of situation, biological warfare, we are seeing loss everywhere. I would like to help people to handle them, these, the factors that lead to their stress.
Well, Aditi, I think from my point of view, I see a lot of stress among the people who have just passed out, especially the youngsters who are 18 years or starting their career. I'll tell you the reason. You see, people who have already lived their life, they have a different kind of stress. So we are not talking about that. Let's focus on the youngsters. And because of this issue of social isolation, the people who are just starting their career are not getting that feeling of getting some experience or exposure. Youngsters who are below 16 years or below younger children, they are already undergoing the online training. So by the time they reach this milestone of starting a career, they would be fairly used to offline working or online working, whatever you want to call it. But the people, especially the youngsters who have just passed out in past couple of years or who are going to pass out now in next 1 or 2 years, the stress is very, very alarming. So over to you. I think that is my specific question, but you can add from your experience, what kind of stress people are having, especially youngsters.
That's a very pertinent question to me because I do a lot of coaching, but different and a basket of behavioral coaching. But my target or the segment that I have always been dealing mostly with are young professionals. I have dealt with them. Having been an HR executive and manager with, as I say, with HCL, I have seen that the challenges that we faced when it was totally physical, is far, I'll tell you, easier than what is happening now. So that's why I have fashioned my, the sessions especially for them, in the way that has helped them, and I continue to believe that I will help them in the future also.
So Aditi ji, please tell us how your session works. I mean, does it require some sort of a orientation before you start working with the people who need help, especially to remove the stress that they have in their life? What is the general process? You can update our viewers.
All right. Here I would like to add that since I'm an instructional designer also, so my, the presentations of the modules are based on instructional designing, which involves a lot of analysis, pre-training analysis. Now, to come to this particular topic, stress management, I've seen that most people and youngsters especially cannot identify the stress triggers which they face. It is not something that, oh, I'm not feeling well today, and I'll get okay. I'll watch a movie and all. It is actually in their mind, and temporary, helps cannot cure them. They cannot come out of that. So first of all, that is where I give each one chance to tell me which particular, I have the emotional triggers, chart. I tell everyone, each one, to identify their particular trigger. So that helps me. It is this kind of training cannot be generalized, applicable to each and every individual. Workplace, stress is different, but we must remember that we are all coming from our homes with personal problems also. So I tell the individuals, first tell me whether something is there at home which is constantly proving a irritant to you. And since I've always been a friend, philosopher, guide kind of coach, they do after seeing the chart, they say, "Oh my ma'am, we didn't realize this little thing which is happening in me because of this situation at home, or maybe the new manager is not listening to me, or not supporting my innovative ideas, not recognizing my great input into teamwork." Some can take it in their stride and tell themselves that okay, he's not recognizing. I'll do it. I'll do better, and next time he will be left with no other option but to recognize me. This comes from the level of confidence which a team member has, which an employee has. Now, once they recognize the particular trigger or one or two triggers, then I come to them, and among that, with reference through that trigger, how vulnerable, my next step is recognize that trigger and how vulnerable are you to it. Is it very serious? Is it a little serious? Or I am being able to find ways to cope with it little by little. And they say, with ma'am, with your help and active guidance, we are sure we'll get about it. So that the next step is to recognize yourself. Next, the third one, these are I'm also talking with reference to the learning outcomes. Once they identify, they will find the solutions themselves. They find it. The level of confidence, I'm very particular on focusing on the level of confidence as a personality in my trainings. I can understand who are saying they have understood and have understood, they are ready to implement, and those who are hiding things inside them. One of the commonest stress factor or trigger is people hide this. Oh my God, if I tell my parents that I'm not feeling good or I'm feeling stressed, they will think that it's wrong. Maybe the neighbors come to know. If that level comes to a psychiatrist, I will be termed as abnormal. So the others are saying, as I said, we are talking of the good of Western countries and the good of Indian, countries, India. So what is there? They go to the psychiatrist, psychologist. One thing is, I've learned from my husband that it is not necessary to go to a psychiatrist for most people. Any psychologist who he or she, my trainees know, I say, if you think after my sessions, and I also have family members who are these, so you can go to it, but you may not need to go to a specialist if you yourself build this mechanism, and which I teach them. And the mechanisms are also, one thing is that many teach, there are coaches that are teaching because they've taken it, they're certified, or they've taken it from Google or anything. But being coach for over 16 years, around a decade, and having handled young minds, and having overcome the stress element in myself, I said, as it was quite serious. Being a good student, I think, but I took academics too seriously, where I felt, bit nervous before the exam. Then I understood that is leading to my loss. So these are, then once so it has to be done step by step. Once the vulnerability level is understood, and from there I focus, those who are very vulnerable, I handle them even, more carefully. So then, the coping strategies come, which is the most important aspect of this coaching. Now, generally, what I've seen, the advice is that do yoga, listen to music, go out for a walk, talk to your friends, which is a big factor, with those who are working in isolation. So work from home. Each one, again, has an inclination towards one or two of these strategies. Again, questionnaires are there from me. I will even, make them act, even, so a parent or a friend with us. So a lot of, relevant, activities. Now, being online is a big different because the kind of offline is much easier, but then here focus on the mind. And say it's a 5-day training, but what is needed feedback. And I can understand who are saying, yes, we've done. And when I give them an activity at the end, which they cannot do it, then I've understood. But I don't let them, go to that length, because according to instructional designing, midway, we have to take feedbacks. And refashion, I've refashioned it over time, and then go to something which is proving more effective to these people who are not being able to. So everyone says, if I say go to do yoga, ma'am, yoga is actually very boring. Let's do say something with dance moves. If I tell dancing to everyone, they'll say we are not good at dancing. So by the questionnaires, I identify whose inclination is towards which strategy to go. So at the end of the 5-day session, I am already constantly and in between constantly making changes. One set of trainees in one company may differ to another. So that way, and at the end, these are the results that they do. And they do overcome, because lot of unnecessary baggage is there in the minds of these young people.
Well, Aditi, I have one question here. You mentioned 5 days. So, in 5 days, is there a measurable metrics that is also available as part of your design system? Where, for example, if there is a parent who approaches you and say that, hey, I suspect my child is under some sort of stress. So, after a period of 5 days, will you be able to show improvement in terms of metrics? Is that something that
I have done. Now, you see, 5 days, I'm not claiming, that there's total transformation, that this person will not. That's why I prefer to serious, for serious topics like, stress management, I prefer 10 to 14 days, because if I do 7 days and then at the end, I don't leave without seeing this kind of, change. Then if at the end of say 10 days, that person has not changed in measurable way, then I suggest they take clinical help. So it's not, and this has been a feature of my trainings. Even if there is a contract with a company for 7 days, next 7 days, I keep in touch. And if it's, serious, and it's not that I always charge for those who are having problems at the end of the 7 days. Whether it's my professional training, and whether or my academic trainings, I have got feedback that, ma'am doesn't leave us till she achieves what she wanted in us. So I'm not saying total, stress management can be done in these, but there I have seen there is considerable change, because the process is very logical. As I said at the beginning, if someone says today, I'm not feeling good, why are you not feeling good? Is it a physical one, stomach ache, headache, fever, or something is upsetting me as I said at the beginning? If they say that, I have, as I said, metrics. A question is where they are checked thoroughly. At the end, beginning, I do psychometric tests, where if they are honest, and I can gauge the level of honesty in this people. I have been an young IT professionals. I know more or less the challenges may have become online more serious. Say these are the group of people who I'm doing stress management in recent time, and I've got the feedback that it's not personal. The whole team has not been given a proper onboarding process. So that is not in the mind of an individual, which is creating. So there I go and suggest that if you give me, 3-4 days of telling them the process of, or your HR manager, that if this has not worked, or if you want me to help, I've learned that I've told in one previous interview of here that last year in 2020, I've heard from my ex-trainees that they were asked to help these people by the new entries because the proper onboarding, nothing was told about the project much, and what are the company's policies, which is very important, which should be done before the, when the person is selected after interview. So what these young people, if they knew any connection, they approach that, help us. So this is a general, you can say, professional stress. The whole team is suffering from that. That is easier to deal. But in this also, some people are, in this can cope it. Okay, and they'll coming to know about the project. Okay, then if my team manager finds fault with me that I do not know the company policies, or I can go back and I can tell him that, sir, this kind of onboarding did not clear my, the issues that I had. I'm not still. So this is again confidence building. But when it comes to issues, personal issues, someone again not performing at the workplace over and over again because he has some, not a proper idea. Say it's teamwork, which is more of team and less of individuals. Now, individual contribution. But most run up after individual contribution. This I've seen with my experience that when I ask them, say, ma'am, ultimately we will be judged by our individual performance. So why should I help someone, by doing their work along with mine? I said, I have ample, examples. I've trained people where the person who did more teamwork than, individual, and by managing time, they have really been rewarded. You cannot be, now this kind of wrong, information or wrong understanding of the situations, they lead to stress in individuals. Then I offered them that before that, talking clearly, being afraid of the manager or the team leader will not lessen your stress. Be an adult young. And that's why I do a lot of campus to corporate trainings. I understand new professionals even better, to be professionals even better. So there is, and from my experience, I talk everything from my experience. Again, I'm telling you, these are not made stories. My processes or my the modules are from real-time experience. So why they can handle the stress later? Because they don't have a general idea. They will have a specific stress management strategy which will work for them. Then remember this, next time they're facing any stress, they will apply this strategy. So this way, I have shown, and I have gained the confidence of these young trainees that they will do it. They are doing with me, and even I've gone to companies with whom I've worked for a long time. Even 1 month later, I find out from the HR manager. Still, if there anything, I will train again without any.
I have one question. You mentioned about 10 days is a program. So how much time per day one person has to spend with you in order to improve his situation from the stress per day?
See, the sessions, my sessions are 2.5, 3, depending on the agreement that I go with the company. So that is twice a week. Now, I tell one thing, the first thing I say, you're adults. You all will think that if ma'am gives some kind of assignment to be done at home, that is childish. But I can't guarantee really, just when I'm there, you're doing it, you're saying it, you're performing. Next day, the next time we, again meet, if you have not done that assignment, I can guarantee further success for you. At home, how when it was physical, now also, when you're doing online, you finish your work, your whole day, 8 hours, give my assignment 10 minutes. I'm not asking you for much. Go through it and see whether the previous day's session really had an effect. If you did not, write it down. Identify where you didn't understand me or why it didn't have an effect. Come back, I will deal with you first before I carry on.
So I think when you say that there are 3 sittings per week and about an hour, is that correct? About an hour?
More than that. I said all my sessions are minimum 2 hours. 1 hour I cannot guarantee. It will take months.
So in that case, these are some exercises that you give to the person to perform, and also some sort of homework.
Absolutely. That's what I just said, that they need to be in touch. Why? Because those 2 hours, they are with other people, online also. They are interacting. They are getting to know from each other, not as much as offline where they could physically meet. But after that, all it takes is a phone call to the person, he is having, before bringing problems the next day. This works. The youngsters at least chatting on the phone or any kind of video calling. If you see someone in the team who's taken the training that he or she is performing better, that means understood my sessions, that day's sessions, just give them a call. And also I have personal windows where I take professional calls also. So again, the real solution is you stay in touch with what is being trained on. Any issues, you can sometimes call me with a message, or it's very easy that you pick up the phone or do video calling with your teammate who's going. After that, sit down and see where you're still not being able to identify the trigger, that, or maybe the process by which the coping strategy process. Then write it down and bring it to me next class. So that way it happens that at the end of the 10 day, it differs, the company, it also differs on the company policies. When they say something like, communication can have faster results, but interpersonal skills cannot have. So when I make them, tell the, my layout and my analysis and my modules, they understand. Many of them extend it. Seeing very good feedbacks from the trainees, the company, the HR, they extend it. But if they're in a hurry and they say we can allot only 10 days because we are having other sessions, then I'll tell them that then I should have access after 7 days, and you don't have to pay. Anyone with serious problem, I don't leave usually, but anyone still, then get a one-to-one call. They can still there. I don't wash off my hands till I can achieve success. I have proved that over the years. This is not just talking. I am available, and this is pandemic. This is serious matter of stress. These kind of waves. I'll tell you another thing, the stress factor. I'll tell you, I'm getting many kind of waves are coming. This is also serious. Next one will be serious. They're not being able to differentiate. Having had COVID myself and hearing, close people suffering, I'll tell you, Omicron is milder than Delta. But hearing one person suffering a lot, they said, we are gone. We didn't have last year. These kinds of talk or approach is also a stressful factor, because they don't take into account it's being given all over, and to only listen. It's also I'm talking of the present situation. They should only read articles by medical professionals. Even there is, I'm not against, IIT Kanpur, they're giving, they're having some calculations that even then, this time will come. I, for one, believe that it is only scientists and, the medical professionals who can predict, who are saying, again, it depends. Like I tell you, just yesterday I read that Mumbai and Delhi, because they are facing the problem much in larger numbers. My city is catching up. Their peak will come earlier. So you are from one of those states, but I believe that if that is, people there are more careful, they can handle. Now ours also, it is coming. I tell people around me that be careful. So this is why, if you have unnecessary wrong information, that is a big cause of stress.
I have one question, Aditi, and that is related to stress again. So I'm bringing the discussion back to the stress. See, you know that the stress actually builds over multiple days, multiple months, and it is largely ignored, as you mentioned in the beginning. So when you finish your 10 days program, is there a refresher course which is also planned after a few months, so that you know?
Yes, that's what I've been telling, that it depends on the company policy. If they say, no, we cannot afford any more sessions because we have a lot of other sessions, then I say, at least give me 1 day. And, as I've told before, this is absolute, more and more it's becoming a passion. I'm not only running after money. Money is very important for everyone. Give me 1 day. Anyone who I had a feeling that they still were hiding because of parental pressure or whatever, I will then talk to him separately. And any group, 2, 3 if they're having. But I have, because it is based on scientific facts, my sessions on stress management has also yielded near 100% results. It is, as I told you, these are very built logically. Identifying individual stresses, the level of vulnerability that you are, and then again, those tests are there where they cannot lie. My interactions, then the coping strategies, not generalized. The thing they have to pick up, among my suggestions, they have to pick up which is their, which is workable for them. So then that they become, at the end, they become confident that any kind of stress, they'll be, we are talking of maybe the pandemic now, okay, biology or whatever. Then once this is over, the human life all through is full of stress. So say that is, first it was pandemic and then workplace problem. Suddenly, I'll tell you some things, that parents have got divorced after my sessions are over. They can identify that it is upsetting, it is demoralizing, but they are at a stage where they should take it in their stride and say that now, henceforth, I will chalk out the plan for my life. I will make it better. I will nowadays parents, they meet up with individually with the children and all. I tell them, you're not at a 10-year-old or 12-year-old where you should think that is it's shattered. Your life is shattered and you get stressed and you take antidepressants, or maybe some have become later on heard that from cases and all suicidal, because this came as a big blow. So take it in your stride that they are individuals, even after staying put together for some time, they may have problems, and it's better that they divorce instead of having quarrels every day and keep proving making an unpleasant atmosphere at home. Go on with your life. You started a new job. How to get all the nitty-gritties of excelling at the new job. Your constant friends have come as a big support. Talk to them. I'm always there. I've told you, my trainees keep in touch with me. So anyone, but again, if you feel you cannot, talk to a psychologist. There are many ways, but for heaven's sake, don't lose hope and take any drastic measure. Yeah, I'll tell you, it is very distressing. Nowadays, the shortest, the possible cure that youngsters are taking is suicide. That's no solving. So once as I said, they treat me as their friend, philosopher, guide. When I talk during the sessions, it's not always on exact module or whatever. I do a lot of life-linked talks, confident, motivational talks. And then they ask me, ma'am, this is only 10 days. Can we get in touch with you after that? If there's still any chance, any day, I said, of course. Always. Just ping me and that. So this is, I've seen, if the module is scientific and individualized, this is a training which cannot be, all of you do, as I said, coping strategy, all of you do yoga, or just dance, or just talk to your friends. No, sometimes friends cannot understand you also, what is going on in your mind, unless a best friend or something. So these are the coping strategies. Today you've selected this. Tomorrow you know that there are other ways, which also has helped some people. I have something to fall back on, that is another coping strategy. So when one is equipped with the ways of fighting stress, why will it not have effect?
Well, I think it is an open fact, Aditi ji, that it is being said also that the unidentified pandemic is the stress which is affecting our youngsters. And when it is already said that it is unidentified, do you have any pointers that you would like to give to your parents through our program to identify the early stages of stress in their children? Would you have some sort of pointer which you can share on our program today?
Just coming to that point, now I was focusing on the trainees, but parents, believe me, have a huge role to play, huge. Now, this is a fact which you will also agree with me. Many young professionals who have become parents, they don't give time to sit down, have a meal, and talk to their children what happened during the day. Now, and keeping a caretaker, keeping a whole timer, they cannot understand the child. If you talk to them, what happened at work, if you don't want to give in details, you can give in short form. You can tell what is best thing that happened during your day. If you keep a watch on the child, parents should understand. And here I'm claiming, and I'm claiming with reason, that mothers have a bigger role to play in this. Children open up to mothers more easily. So talking daily with the child. Now something wrong happened at work. The child, the young person, boy or girl, is glum today, and then maybe didn't get into the desired job. If the parents say, I told you, you didn't give enough time to your preparations. That's why this blame game is again a stress factor. Will the child get that job? I've seen it again, I'm telling you, Staying with a doctor, it has helped me to understand human psychology. A little bit of an example. My son was very honest. If he left a book at home, didn't take that book, and he was punished outside the class, he would come and tell me, something wrong has happened. Now, one day, because of that, factor that he's not being taking books and all, he didn't prepare, he didn't do well. So I said, it is because of this I started. Then my husband, and another thing is parents should not quarrel in front of the children, however big the boy or girl is. My husband told me later, he will not confide you if you do like this. So parents, this is my, if I get to talk to the parents, for serious, little bit of a serious matter with any training, I do request the HR manager to talk. Maybe if they don't have time, I can talk to them. That blame game and, things like that should not be the way you deal with a bad day in your child's life. Starting with marks. Marks are something also which are not important as much as the happiness of a child. So this is the way I tell you, spend time with the child as much as possible. It is quality time, as it said, to half an hour, 1 hour, then you will definitely get to know that your son or daughter has not had a good day. Now, if you just keep on questioning why this, it will not help. And the stress will come. And one day you will see that your child has to go to a psychiatrist. No one wants that, isn't it? So give time, however busy. I'll tell you, when my child was born, after that, he was 2-3 years old. When I was at HL, I saw that, because his father is a doctor, he's not expected to give time. I kept with my, parents while I worked. Then I realized that if I take time off, maybe a year or two, and make him, look after him and, his admission, his quality time, not all have to do it, but I think this helped because I knew how his mind was working, how he's growing up with a positive, mentality. Do not make earning money your, first and last priority. Once you have a child, give him or her your time. And tell you, and now I say proudly that I'm reaping much, much more benefits, I believe, than if I had kept him with, I'm not generalizing, this is my experience, kept him with an ayah. I came from office, I had dinner and told, oh, child is sleeping, I'll go to sleep. I have relatives who have also done, work and looked after the child, but they made it a point to give time to their children every day after they return from work. So parents, please, and this is my urgent appeal, do it, and your child will be the best child you can go for.
Absolutely, I think Aditi, you're just touching the scratching the surface and only touching the which is visible. I think there is a lot to it. So parents, we appeal that if you have any stress in your life or stress of youngsters in your family, do contact Aditi. Aditi, as usual, it was a great pleasure of us to talk to you and bring all this knowledge in front of our viewers.
Yes, I would like to again say that I have helped thousands and thousands, and my motto is still I'm working, even after that, I will go on changing lives, transforming lives, which I have done, and I'm just not talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi, and we will catch up next week. Viewers, as we have seen, the stress can be very stressful, as we say that. So identify the stress at home, get the early signs, and do contact Aditi either through us or directly. The email will be shared at the end of the program, and we hope you can leverage this knowledge. As usual, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you again in the next one.